All right, and we're live. So today we're gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, aka the Shell Part 2, Purgatorio. So yesterday we did make quite a bit of progress, and of course I made myself some notes again just so we don't forget everything. Although I kind of had to do them in a little bit of a hurry, so I'm not sure if we've got everything, but we should have the most important points at least, I believe. So let me go through them. We started yesterday's session when we were just about to actually get into a plan that Reiji and Ayumu had come up with. Specifically, it was to set a trap for the killer. And yeah, so the whole scene started with Ayumu just leaving the house, and we get to see this whole incident from the murderer POV. And so she walks along the road, and all of a sudden, the killer says like, "Oh yeah, my time to strike is about to come up in this spot up ahead when nobody can see me." And yeah, just when they're about to strike, Ayumu turns around and uses the tonfa that they got from Toji to block the killer's attack. And at that very moment, Reiji comes out of his hiding spot, and basically they kind of force the killer to give up. The killer was at that moment in time wearing the outfit of the Oracle from Hitogata. So that added another layer of, I guess, weirdness to it. But yeah, in any case, they forced them to give up and reveal themselves. And wouldn't you know it, the killer turned out to be a Karen. So yeah, and the real reason she gave for that was because she didn't want any other women getting close to her brother. So yeah, that's the thing, I guess. But anyways, Yaginuma was also in on the plan, and he later, just when she was confessing her motive, he just showed up and arrested her essentially. And meanwhile, Toji and Masaki were tasked with protecting Kohane. However, that wasn't as easy as it sounds because Kohane at that moment in time wasn't at home. So they go to Yukari hoping that she might have some info on her. And she says that Kohane has recently been behaving a little bit weirdly. And said that she wanted to see Yukio, which is Yukiko's older brother, supposedly. So based on that, they go to Miss Kayahara because they think she might have some info. And of course, Miss Kayahara then tells them about the whole thing that happened with Kohane, that she brought her a message addressed to Yukiko, and that she had Nanako deliver it to her. And then they deciphered this hidden message that was in that particular poem that they said that she sent her, because Yukari, of course, knew that it was an acrostic poem, as I had previously suspected. And then, yeah, it turns out that it was instructions to Yukari that they were going to meet at some specific time and place Sunday night in the classroom, which means that they're heading to Oba Girls Academy, Toji and Masaki. And there, Kohane asks Yukiko that she allow her to see Yukio, but Yukiko says she doesn't remember him, and Kohane doesn't believe it, and then starts strangling Yukiko. And in that moment, Toji and Masaki intervene, and Yukiko is of course very distraught, and she doesn't know what's going on and everything. And she decides to stay the night with Yukari afterwards. While Kohane, after being separated from Yukiko, she is kind of starts hyperventilating and is afterwards sent to the hospital because they're also suspecting that she has like psychological problems as a result of that incident. And yeah, so that happens, and in the meantime, Reiji and Yaginuma at the MPD, they discuss the possibility that all of Ayato Hinagami's bridal candidates actually are daughters of Shizuru based on the blood type. And while they are discussing that, they get another phone call about a murder or suicide. They're not entirely sure what it is, but in any case, Keigo Tsugi died. And as a consequence, they, of course, go to the Blessed Congregation HQ right away. And first of all, they won't even let the police inside to claim Utsugi's alive. And yeah, so frustrated, Yaginuma notices that Fuyumi is also there to return the money she got through Yukiko. And he, of course, is suspicious of her and wants to know what the heck actually happened inside the HQ when Fuyumi was there. And also wants to know what the money is for. And so he has her brought to the station. He doesn't arrest her, but he brings her to the station. And then he has like one of his officers, and then he acts like they arrested her. And based on that claim, he says like, "You better let me in to search a crime scene, or I'll have you all arrested for obstruction of justice." And yeah, that's how he got his way and entered the building. And so we investigated Utsugi's body, and revealed that he choked on puke. And apparently he had gout and was using a medicine called colchicine. And it just so happens that a minor overdose of that medication can cause fever and vomiting, while a big overdose could kill you by means of a respiratory failure. However, Natsume also says that these symptoms are similar to arsenic poisoning. So yeah, that's interesting. Later on, Inspector Inui from Toyama appears at Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, and essentially he just says like that he intends to arrest Chizuru, and he relies on the connection that the victims of the previous cases, they were all using medicine from Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. However, he doesn't really have any hard proof. But something interesting that did came out of that conversation was the fact that they did find the limbs of Satsuki that was murdered, and they had her analyze those, and apparently Satsuki had blood type AA. So that likely makes her Shizuru and Rika's daughters, that is Ayato's mother. And also he found out that she was a virgin, which of course can't be confirmed since Reiji knew about how Ayato had intercourse with Satsuki. So that couldn't have been possible, right? Later on, Yayoi Shigusa, the daughter of Kensei and Miya, she comes to Tokyo and she wants to bring back Ayato as their grandfather, Hidiomi, is about to pass away. He already was weak when they previously visited Hitogata, but now he actually is about to pass away. And so Yayoi Shigusa and Reiji and Ayato, they all go to Hitogata. And while Reiji's at the inn, he looks at photos of that Chizuru took when she was there in Hitogata from the festival. And I noticed that there's a photo of Satsuki as well as of the Miko. And that's kind of strange because I think that photo in particular came from the role that was later on returned to Chizuru, they had Reiji bring that to her. No, actually, I think it was actually Ayato, but same difference in that case. And yeah, so we had those two photos, so we knew that there must have been two people, which we as the reader, of course, knew already due to the extra information we had. So yeah, afterwards, Reiji goes to the Kuroya clinic and asks So Kuroya if he can see the clinical records of Satsuki. And there he finds out that Satsuki actually had AB blood type, so it stands to reason to think that they actually had two Satsukis there. And of course, they were investigating that further later on. They went to the Shigusa Shrine, Reiji and Masaki, that is, and they had this short phase where they were looking through the donation ledgers, and they checked monetary donations and donations of actual sacred branches of the Hinagami family. And they tried to correlate it to the years in which the oracle appeared, or the years in which the curse struck, but there didn't seem to be like any connection that was super clear. So they went on to interrogate Kensei, and he brings up the fact that there were likely two Satsukis, and explains his theory. And Kensei more or less confirms it. And then Ayato, when he hears that there are potentially two Satsukis, he brings up the name Ayako. And as we can maybe think back, there was this one scene after the war where Ayato, on his own, investigated Satsuki's murder, and he stumbled upon the name Ayako. And Kensei just is like, yeah, Ayako is actually the daughter of Saya and Hideyomi. So Saya was really, she was really obsessed with Ayato's mother, and because of that, I guess the most plausible thing was to have a kid with with her father. Yeah, that's. Yeah, let's just move on. It's weird, but it happened. And he also confirms that Satsuki was indeed Shizuru and Rika's daughter. And apparently he helped Ayako flee Hitogata after the murder happened. And used an accomplice who apparently has since passed away. So it's not a character from the story. Allegedly, anyways. So yeah, and just when this interrogation of Kensei was over, Yayoi stormed in, and she told us that the grandfather was more or less about to pass away. He woke up. And yeah, so that's where we stand at the moment. And everyone's heading to the Hinagami estate right now. So let's see where this is going to lead us. Right. Okay, let's get some sound. And this is where we stopped. Good. Alright. Masaki and Reiji return to the Hinagami estate with Kensei and Mia and Tao. Wait, where's my cursor? Oh, here. Oh, Ayato, what's happened? I'm not sure. All I know is that grandfather has regained consciousness and wishes to speak. This could very well be his end. So his voice was somber. Masaki believed the same. He'd stayed the whole night by his grandfather's bedside, yet not once had the man woken up. Why, even his breathing had been erratic. What had only been a few hours had felt like an eternity of Masaki repeatedly checking his pulse, only to barely feel a heartbeat in return. What do you think my grandfather wants to say? Masaki turned to Reiji. How would I know? Point taken. Though I have a pretty good hunch, that said. It's about me, isn't it? Better gird your loins. Right. Masaki hung his head, only to notice that Reiji had brought the donations ledger with him. Why did he take those along? Got some business with him too, that's why. I told him I'd be back with more questions next time I visited. When in the world did that happen? He always finds an opening, that man. Well, Shizuru was there, so... But then again, he's... Oh, no. They're talking about the point in time where, where he first talked to Hideyomi, so the last time he was in Hitogata. He didn't talk to him yet during this visit. Anyway, Masaki and Reiji entered the living room to find Mariko seated there. Sit there, Ayato. Mariko pointed in front of the hearth. Masaki did as he was told. Your grandfather summoned you. Mind your manners. I will. Masaki simply nodded. Also. Mariko's eyes focused on the point behind Masaki. It's called for you too, Mr. Tokisaka, I believe it was. Understood. Though it is with great reluctance in my heart that I acquiesce. Mariko rose to her feet. Right this way. And with that, Masaki and the rest shuffled into Hideyomi's room. Yuzuru was there, seated right at his father's bedside. So you're all here. He stood up, Mariko taking his place. They have arrived. Hideyomi opened his eyes. A moment later, those orbs jutted out of their sockets and turned to Masaki. There you are, Ayato. Hideyomi's tone was firm. However, he was clearly straining himself. Grandfather. Not once had Masaki been allowed to call him that as a boy. But no longer did Hideyomi rebuke him for it. That only served to drive home how this was truly his end. Reiji, So, Kensei, and Miya all sat at a distance. Masaki briefly hesitated before kneeling next to his grandfather. Tell me, Ayato, are you of any mind to take over the Hinagami family? No, I'm not. Masaki's answer was blunt and instant. He could have simply lied to grant his grandfather some measure of peace in his final minutes. However, he didn't. Part of it was that he feared he would have had to own up to his word eventually. But above all else, he wanted his grandfather to know how he truly felt. Child of all the... I say. Hideyomi ignored his wife's enraged outburst and closed his eyes. Do as you will. You are henceforth disowned. Understood. Thank you for raising me all these years. Masaki corrected his posture and bowed his head to the floor. Though he hadn't been back in over a decade, the fact remained that his grandfather had indeed helped bring him up during the early chapters of his life. With that matter concluded, I would like to speak to the intruder from last year's end. Is he present? Yes, Mr. Hinagami. Reiji stepped forward. Can't believe you actually had the gall to uphold your oath. My apologies. However, there is something I simply must speak to you about. So I won't be taking it all with me to hell after all, will I? Hideyomi sighed. His parched lips quivered. Speak. Dear. Mariko tried to stop them, but Hideyomi looked at Reiji's way regardless, his reserve firm as the hardest of stone, even on his deathbed. Thank you very much. I'll be frank with you. Please tell me the truth of Lord Hina. And what good will knowing that do you? Not me. All I want is to save an old police inspector who's been slave to his own obsession for decades now. Masaki instantly realized he was talking about Inui. Him, huh? It seemed Hideyomi had reached the same epiphany. Long has it been since he started frequenting our settlement? The first time was in the late 1920s. If my memory serves me correctly. After Keiko Zaizen was killed, yes. That was 1929, so it's almost been 30 years now. how old I've grown. But we can discuss Miss Saizen later. Right now, I wish to ask you about those killed by the curse. As Kamizono and Megari were killed by... Reiji covered Masaki's mouth before it could finish. Masaki glanced at Hideyomi, but the elder Hinagami's face remained unchanged. Perhaps he still was in the dark about Karen being the culprit. It was perfectly plausible, especially seeing as Yayoi had only learned that herself after arriving in Tokyo. The latest victim of the curse here in Hitogata was Miss Kawase and Miss Saizen, both before the war. However, I was unable to find out anything about the victims who came before them. Reiji took out an old photograph. These clay dolls were found in each victim's uterus. This is Lord Hina, isn't it? I say nothing. At first, Masaki thought he meant he had no intention of looking. However, he quickly realized his misconception. At this point, all I can see is light. Oh, okay. What about your hearing? That went a while back. However, though muffled, I can hear you perfectly fine. I see, I'll keep going then. Now, all the Lord Hinas found in the victims had something in common. Can you tell me what that was, Ayato? Huh? Well, their shape, I suppose. I mean, all of them were clay dolls shaped like fetuses. Right, that's how people figured out those murders were the work of the curse of Lord Hina, and why they assumed it was punishment for worshipping a false Lord Hina, exactly as the face claims. It was then that Reiji produced a new photograph. One of the clay dolls retrieved from Karen's victims. The very same clay dolls were found in the serial killings that started 2 months ago. By now we know that these deaths were no curse or anything, simply homicides that abused the curse. Now this creates an issue. Ayato, have you ever seen the Lord Hina enshrined in this very house? I believe you already asked me that before, and my answer remains the same. No, I never looked inside the family shrine. Indeed, because his grandparents had raised him not to. Exactly, which is what's so curious. How would the locals who were killed by the curse even know what Lord Hina looked like? Well, Masaki had no answer for that. Worshipping a fake Lord Hina would require knowledge of the original's appearance naturally. So then how could the curse's victims make one when not even Masaki, the former scion of the Hinagami family, had access to that knowledge? No, hold on. The Oracle used a clay doll when she danced at the festival, though she smashed it rather quickly, admittedly. Right, the one that had apparently been made by Karen. But that was only in the festival held right before Miss Kawase's death, right? Or is that ritual done every year? No, Saya never used one back when she danced in the Oracle's stead. Am I remembering that right? Masaki turned to his grandmother, only to get no reply. No oracles are handed down when a substitute dances, so no such icons are utilized in that case either. It was Kensei who answered in her stead. That settles it then. No one could so perfectly replicate something they only saw for an instant at a distance. Though obviously that's not all. Reiji glanced at Hideyomi. The Oracle dances to acquire revelations from Lord Hina, which decide who is cursed, right? That's how it's always been staged, yes. That statement was all but an admittance of what a sham the whole production was. It would have been totally backwards though. How could the curse already have a target when Miss Kawase couldn't have done so much as consider making a clay doll she'd only just seen? Perhaps she saw it at an earlier festival? The Oracle did dance for several years in a row back in the early 1920s after all. And what, she waited several decades to actually make a fake one? That's just way too long. No matter how you spin it, especially considering the idea was the victims supposedly made them themselves in secret. Reiji lined 2 old photographs of Lord Hina side by side. These 2 are practically identical to each other, to say nothing of the ones from last month's killing. Everything matches up, their shape, size, composition, all of it. To say that that's merely fishy is being extremely generous. Are you implying that the same person made all of them? Masaki asked, even though he already knew Reiji would respond. How Reiji would respond. Not sure about that, but it had to at least have been done by those who knew what the real one looked like. At first I thought it was the Oracle's handiwork, but then I realized they would have been considered the genuine Lord Hina in that case. So if I had to guess, they were made by either a Shigusa or a Hinagami, and all of it was a performance to create the illusion of a curse. Do we have that right, Mr. Hinagami? It does indeed make little sense for them all to possess the same characteristics when supposedly no one is allowed to see the real one. Air passed through the crack in Hideyomi's lips. It had sounded like a laugh to Masaki. There are many ancient legends with a similar paradox, where man-eating demons supposedly eat all who trespass on their mountain, and yet somehow people still know what they look like. The curse truly did sound like something more fit for one of those old fables. However, all of this creates a mystery about the victims. Why were they killed, if not for creating a false Lord Hina? Well, at that exact moment, Reiji finally produced the donation ledgers he'd brought from Shigusa Shrine. And the answer as suspected appears to lie with the Hinagamis. Cease your blethering this instant. On what grounds do you make such an audacious claim? I was just about to get to that, actually. Then let us hear it. Not that I intend to deny anything now that it's come to this. Thank you. I'll start with the year Sachiko Kawase was murdered, the same year the war began. Reiji flipped through the ledger. The Hinagami family donated the sacred branch to Shigusa Shrine that year. However, they only ever put in a monetary donation for Sacred Branch in the years before and after, even during the festival time. My initial hypothesis was that Sacred Branches were donated whenever the Oracle was present. However, past records don't support that idea. It was with that preface that Reiji opened the older ledger. Records state that the Oracle appeared from 1921 to 1924. However, it was only in 1922 that a sacred branch was donated. Now, that was the year the curse struck, correct? Reiji turned to his audience. No one said a word. While I don't know who exactly died back then, Inspector Inoue informed me that a clay doll was found within the victim. I believe it was an old man living in Hidarihina. Yuzuru finally broke the group's silence. His abdomen was sliced open while his intestines were ripped out and replaced with that clay doll. I remember it well because it happened just before I left for Kanazawa Medical University. Same. So the victims weren't necessarily all female then. Reiji nodded, not sounding all that surprised. Anyway, it's likely that the curse of Lord Hina only struck in years when sacred branches were donated, which would mean the Hinagamis were in charge of it naturally. Hold on a minute, please. Masaki instinctively raised his voice. Even he wasn't sure why he did, but considering he no longer had any obligation to defend the family that had just disowned him. Yes. Reiji cocked his head, not looking the least bit offended. He's acting like this is all just one big show to him. Perhaps you omitted it on purpose, but there was no oracle or sacred branch donated in 1929 when Miss Saizen died. How right you are. Okay, that's why I said earlier they didn't really find any specific connection, but with the donation ledgers and the curse and whatnot, but maybe he'll tell us now. Reiji grinned ever so slightly. Your allegation that our family commanded the curse couldn't possibly hold a shred of truth when taking Miss Aizen's circumstances into consideration, so why do you smile? Because it wasn't your doing. Not that time, anyway. I take it the whole mess must have given you all no shortage of grief, didn't it? Reiji scanned his audience once more. No answer yet again. Not even from Yuzuru this time. However, he was still visibly shaken. Not only that, but your own Rika committed suicide the day after Miss Aizen's passing. Now why was that? Well, it's quite simple, really. Rika, the former oracle, murdered by Miss Aizen purely of her own volition. Okay, that's why no sacred branch was donated. Why would she do that? It's what I should be asking you. Surely those presents must know. Infidelity, probably, right? Tell us, why don't you? Ultimately, Hidiomi was the only one who responded. Fine, once again, it's quite simple, really. I heard from the police that Miss Aizen was Shizuru's mistress. He fathered many children out of wedlock, so this isn't all that strange. Reprehensible, maybe, but still typical of him. Anyway, his wife, Rika, found out about the affair. So it was jealousy then. Rika killed a man in the name of the curse back in 1922, and she was the oracle. The human mind is a very fragile thing, and all it takes is a single murder to send it careening off the rails. It goes both for both you and me, Masaki. Masaki shuddered. He could almost feel himself strangling the life out of Saya all over again. Hold on, Tokisaka's murdered too? And the war, probably, right? Suddenly Reiji patted Masaki on the shoulder. Referring to the war. Right, of course. Yeah. What he'd done back on the battlefield hadn't felt like murder. In his mind, he'd simply pointed a gun at others to survive. But had it been that unintentional lack of consideration for people's lives that allowed him to kill Saya? That's probably what he was pointing at, hinting at, I guess. However, those aren't the only grounds I have for this theory. It also has to do with the fact that Miss Aizen had no reason to be cursed. What do you mean? It was Yuzuru who asked that in the unsettled Masaki's place. The curse victims all match certain criteria. And it isn't making a false Lord Hina, of course. No, it is with those criteria in mind. But the Hinagamis decide who and when the curse strikes. Reiji looked directly at Zo and Yuzuru. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals has provided everyone in the settlement with free medicine for decades now, correct? Yes. Most of our populace is elderly, so they're grateful, since it means fewer medical bills for them. How is that linked to the curse's victims, though? Yuzuru cocked his head. Apparently, they all took medication from Hinagami Pharmaceuticals. But what does that prove? That goes for just about everyone in Hitogata. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals is under suspicion of involvement with illegal human testing, not just during the war, but before and after it as well. Reiji looked down upon Hidiomi. The company had dealings with the military before the war, didn't it? They were quite accommodating. Yeah, he's beyond denying anything at this point, that's for sure. Masaki wasn't entirely sure how to interpret that statement. However, he didn't dare speak up. He hadn't even heard of any human testing allegations after all. Has Tokisaka been looking into this behind the scenes? And as part of that, no, maybe this is how you even got your foot in the door with them to begin with. You gave the villagers unapproved drugs, didn't you? Have you any proof? And you used the curse to cover it all up, do I have that right? Seize these brazen accusations at once. An agitated Mariko ground her heels against Reiji. You want proof? Fine, I'll show you proof. Hey there, Inui. You came at just the right moment. All of a sudden, the door opened. Inspector Inui, but I thought he was in Tokyo. Inspector Inui. So you're back already, huh? Just got here. Would have shown sooner if I hadn't been forced to return to HQ for a bit first. Inui marched over to Hidiomi's bedside. Your son apologized that he couldn't make it. Never expected him to. I have Sachiko Kawasa's autopsy report right here, just like you asked. Inui stepped back and passed Reiji some documents. Thanks, I appreciate you going to all these lengths for me. Did you turn up anything? Sachiko Kawase had a tumor in her uterus, one that was clearly a side effect of the medication she was taking. Ooh. Alright. She lost her husband in an accident shortly prior to her own death, meaning she would have been taking infertility medicine long before the murder. Okay. In that case, why was it that she had to die when she did? Because the Oracle was around? Probably. She was selected as the curse's victim, partly to cover up the drug's side effects and partly to impress the authority of the Oracle, Hinagami's and Shigusa's shrine on the settlement. Nonsense, you're speaking pure... Enough. Hidiomi interrupted his wife. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals did indeed use the army's resources to rise to prominence. In turn, we helped them out a great deal. Then you admit to the illegal clinical trials? It's all in the past. Hidiomi's voice was quiet. All the crimes that were committed in this village have exceeded the statute of limitations. No one involved can be tried anymore. Reiji said that loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Though it may have been over 15 years since the last instance of the curse, they were still murders at the end of the day, plain and simple. True, you can no longer go to jail for them, but you can't change the cold hard truths either. And while I don't know how deep your involvement with the curse ran personally, Mr. Hinagami, these crimes are still your own, as the head of the Hinagami family. You speak true. While I don't believe my life alone can make up for them. Hidiomi closed his eyes. I shall repent for them in purgatory. And with that, he let out one elongated breath. Oh no! So got up and hurried to Hidiomi's side. Yuzuru! So checked Hidiomi's pulse while Yuzuru took out a pocket flashlight and shone it into his father's eyes. Dear. Mariko took a hard look at her husband's face. He has passed. Man, that was fast. After he was so willing to talk. So hung his head. Grandfather. In the end, even though he'd been holding a conversation just moments earlier, Hidiomi had passed to the other side in a flash. It was almost as though he'd given up on living. Had he died to atone for his sins, just as his final words suggested? Over here, Ayato. So beckoned Masaki to the futon. I don't have to write, not after I've been disowned. True as that may be, his blood still flows through you, just as it always has and always will. So say your farewell. Alright. Masaki shuffled over to the futon. His grandfather didn't so much as twitch, his eyes firmly shut. Masaki thought he looked exactly the same as he had the night before. But this time he would never again open his eyes. That fact was immutable. Masaki rose to his feet when he saw Reiji trying to leave the room. Excuse me. He bowed to Hideyomi's body before returning to Reiji. Hold it right there, Mr. Tokisaka. Reiji stopped just as he was making his way out. What do you want? He answered without so much as looking Masaki's way. You're one heartless bastard, aren't you? While I may not condone what my grandfather did you really have to shove it all in his face on his deathbed? Yeah, he's got a point there, but it's exactly the perfect time to make him confess to his sins, wouldn't you agree? After all, the Christian faith denies entry into heaven if you don't repent and earn God's forgiveness. Family is Shinto. Sure about that? Anyway, all detectives are heartless bastards at their core. Should get out of the business if that doesn't sit right with you. Or here's an idea, why not make a token excuse of a confession yourself, and let Inspector Inui arrest you? I mean, if you ask me, you're pretty heartless yourself for not saying shit about the lie everyone told to hide your crime. By the time Masaki returned to his senses, he'd already lunged forward. Reiji held his cheek. You son of a bitch! You didn't give a damn about how many lives you ruined along the way, so long as you solve your case, do you? Do you? Kensei darted out of the room at the sound of Masaki's bellowing. Ayato, what are you doing? Okay. Being a heartless bastard is part of the job. You think I'd have the guts to expose people's secrets if I wasn't one? Reiji left without sparing Masaki so much as a single glance. Damn. I mean, I get it. He did kind of deserve it in a sense, but you know, it did seem like his grandfather was very willing to part with that information. And he didn't really... Maybe it even gave him some closure. I don't know. I got that impression at least, so... Ow! I groaned in my room back at the inn as I pressed a cold towel against my left cheek. What happened? You looked up from a task of wringing a different towel by a bucket of wait, is that how you pronounce that? I'm not even sure. Oh well, I was just trying to fire the guy up a little, nothing more. The bastard had shown no mercy at all. Rito tends to snap and get tunnel vision when he's mad, though that rarely ever happens, mind you. I'll make a note of that for next time. I put down the towel. My cheek was still swollen like hell. Here you go. You handed me the fresh towel. Thank you. So then is it true? Did the head of the Hinagami family really pass away? Yeah, by the way, how do you do funerals here, Shinto style? I believe they will hold a ceremony at Shigusa Shrine, as there are no temples nearby, so yes, I would assume so. No churches either? Huh? No, there wouldn't be any. You fumbled over her words for a second. You know, Hideyomi Hinagami said something very curious on his deathbed. See, Buddhism has the concept of nirvana for what comes after death, while Shintoism believes in yomi. However, he said he'd be going to purgatory, a Catholic concept. Despite the Hinagamis not being Christians, how can this be? Don't you have an answer for that? You are a detective, so I figure you might. It has nothing to do with that. I just grew up in the history books. That's all. Comes with the territory of your parents being scholars. What if it was just a figure of speech? I mean... Anyway, if my memory serves me right, Dom Justo Takayama lived under the protection of the Maeda clan The same clan who reigned over this region. Oh, yeah, you did say, like, that some Christian was exiled in this village, right? Or something like that. Yes, but he was exiled to the Philippines after Christianity was banned, wasn't he? So he wouldn't have had any direct involvement with the settlement. Still, there were many in the Maeda clan who apparently converted to Christianity thanks to him. Those people created clandestine Christian villages, much like this one. I have it right, don't I? Yeah, my grandmother and the other elderly folks still try to keep it a secret, but such times are behind us now, aren't they? You smiled. It's said that long ago there was once a feudal lord named Shigusa, whose daughter fled to this region after refusing to renounce Christianity. She then established a hidden village here. So the Shigusas were here first, huh? When did the Hitagamis come into play then? The story goes that she had a half-brother with the last name Hinagami. Supposedly he accompanied her to this land as a bodyguard. I see, and thus he was the one who took charge of the village then. Yes, it is said that the Shigusa's daughter had a virgin birth, though in hindsight that was clearly ripped straight from the tale of the Virgin Mary. It probably came up with that story to turn her into a holy figure. In other words, an inviolable entity that stood above the common masses. Beatifying her like that made sense, when considering that had probably been the best way to keep her safe. However, when you strip the mysticism from the story, or just thought about how the Hinagamis were now, it was most likely that this Hinagami was the father of that Shigusa's child. Especially considering how back then it was only natural to prioritize bloodline purity. Furthermore, the social classes which so heavily defined the Edo era likely spread even to a village in the middle of nowhere such as this afterwards, perpetuating the idea. For in that day and age, it was considered common sense not to sully noble blood with peasant blood. I've heard that many clandestine Christians ultimately ended up with religions that were far removed from the original Christian doctrine due to the centuries of living in seclusion. So if I had to guess, Shigusa's Shrine's face is a form of Christianity distorted by combining it with indigenous beliefs, leaving it almost unrecognizable from its origins. On that note, are there any remnants of clandestine Christians living in these parts? You cocked her head. Pardon me, but does that have anything to do with the murders? Nah, just curious is all. She sounded somewhat exasperated by me. There's a small cave in the mountains of an area called Kakurehina, holy ground that no one's allowed to visit. I guess it wouldn't be odd if there was a statue of the Virgin Mary in there or something, right? Considering the clandestine Christians and all, that would make perfect sense. Don't remember seeing anything like that, though. Oh, and how will you know? I thought you said it was off limits. Well, actually I used to play around there when I was a child. You looked away. Well, I'm guessing it probably looked like a nice playground for kids. Did you ever get scolded for it? We did when it found out, yes. That's how we ended up changing our stomping grounds to a charcoal making hut in Hidarihina instead. Yeah, where Ayato buried the limbs, right? Probably best she doesn't know that's where Satsuki's limbs were buried. It was now the old, it was Naori, the oldest of us, who found it. Him, huh? Speaking of which, I actually saw Naori Kuroya on New Year's. Huh? You looked up. Yeah, I think she has somewhat of a crush on him. He was working for an organization as their personal doctor. Seems he's too busy to visit home, though. I see. Also, while I'm on the subject, a member of that organization apparently used to frequent this settlement. Did you get any guests on the day of the festival before the war? Festival before the war? You mean the one where the oracle danced? Yes, the year Sachiko Kawase died. But we already know that that he was likely staying with Mr. Sawashiro, right? I believe we had several guests that year, yes. Who exactly are you investigating? Yeah, even a child could tell I was looking into someone after I went and said all that. A man named Utsugi Keigo. He probably would have been in his mid-30s at the time. Utsugi? Now that's an unusual surname. My apologies, but I don't even remember seeing a name like that in the guest book. Not even on any other days? Not to my knowledge, no. We don't get many guests to begin with, so most of them are regulars who stop by several times a year. It's kind of funny how, you know, they get so few visitors, and when finally someone shows up, like at Reiji, the old grandma almost turns him away just because she has no desire to deal with outsiders, right? Meaning she would have remembered him if he did. However, Shizuru had said he'd find it hard to believe Utsugi would miss witnessing the return of the Oracle after so long. Of course, it was also possible he'd stayed somewhere else instead. Oh, but I do remember seeing a stranger that night. He didn't stay at the inn, so perhaps it was him. Interesting, and what was he doing when you noticed him? Well, you stared holes into the floor. Oh, if I tell you, will you promise? Don't worry, I always keep my sources secret. Thank you. You bowed. Whatever this was, it didn't sound like I was in for a work secret. Well, you see, I saw that stranger walking with Nanako. You mean Miss Sawashiro of the Kuroya Clinic? Yes, that one. You looked away. And the thing is, I once heard some rumors about Nanako. What rumors? That her father forced her to whore herself out. Damn. Yeah, I still vividly remember that. There's gonna be a not-so-pleasant cutscene about that later on. Fucking hell, and he called himself a father. But now all the pieces fit into place. Thanks to you, I had confirmation that Mr. Sawashiro and Utsugi were indeed linked. Utsugi probably stayed with the Sawashiros whenever he visited the settlement. Was that when he slept with Nanako? Also, So Kuroya mentioned she was abused too, didn't he? Seriously, of all the piece of shit father she could have had. Now I can see why you were so reluctant to mention this to me. Indeed, however, he was also the one who proved Nanako innocent when she was suspected of murdering Miss Kawase. Meaning they'd probably spend the night of the murder together. Honestly, it made me sick. I could have lived simply knowing he'd visited Hitogata for the festival. Thank you very much for confiding in me. I'm terribly sorry to have made you dredge up such unpleasant memories. It's alright, really. I have to be going now, so I'll leave you the water and towels. Use those for your cheek. You bowed and left the room. Here. I threw my towel into the bucket and sprawled across the floor. Will Hideyomi Hinagami's death rid the settlement of all that's held it down for so long? Honestly, I doubted it. Not entirely, anyway. These were obsessions that had persisted for over 3 centuries, and not something like the likes of me could destroy all by himself in a single day. That was why I'd wanted to force everyone to get their acts together, even if it meant playing the bad guy. I'd seen signs from men like Shizuru Hinagami and Kensei Shigusa that their generation was trying to move past it all. Fortunately, some would likely refuse to get with the times, such as Mariko Hinagami. She was probably immutable to change, a result of the life she'd been conditioned to accept as a former oracle. But that too would likely work itself out with time. Thus, all that remained was to find what had become of Ayako. I reached out and took the photos of the stacks of evidence I'd left on the table. The one I'd held depicted Satsuki, probably Ayako, watching the festival with Ayato. I doubted she looked anything like her photo anymore if she was still around. No, she'd probably changed her appearance after leaving Hitogata to conceal her identity. Kensei said he didn't know what became of her after she reached Tokyo, but I still need more info to work off. Guess that means I'm gonna need to have another talk with him for... Just then, all of a sudden, the door opened. Huh? I looked up to find an abashed Masaki standing in the doorway. Mr. Tokisaka, don't just stand there, come in. You're gonna freeze out there. I sat up and pointed to the brazier. Thank you. Masaki closed the door and sat where I'd indicated. I'm sorry for hitting you. He bowed to me. Don't let it get to you. You were completely right about me. That said, my cheek's swollen. My chin smarts. What? Like hell. And I think you chipped the tooth. But I'm fine, really. You're holding a grudge, aren't you? Damn right I am. Let me get 5 punches in. Please be reasonable. 1 makes perfect sense, but 5 is going too far. But what if I waste that one time by missing and only end up hurting my fist instead? That really doesn't sound like my problem. Masaki checked the photograph I'd been looking at. Aren't they making preparations for the funeral? Yes, but there wasn't exactly anything I could do to help. You're staying the night here? That was the plan, yes. I'm not paying your share. Yeah, I'm aware. Masaki shuffled through the photos. Let's look for Ayako once we get back to Tokyo. Agreed, she could still be out there somewhere for all we know. Masaki stared at Ayako's photo. I wanted to at least find out what had happened to her, even if our current ignorance turned out to be bliss in the end. Suddenly, Masaki dropped the photos. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Something wrong? No, not at all. Oh, this one is new, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's that one. With the girls. Masaki pointed to the lone color photo floating amidst the black and white sea of its compatriots scattered across the floor. Alright. Guess I must have mixed that one from Chizuru in with the rest. It was the photo of Yukari, Kohane, and Yukiko in Inokashira Park. To think of it, I was supposed to give this photo to them, didn't I? Must have slipped my mind with everything else going on. Huh, all of them are drawing. They were probably on an art club excursion. Yukari's been doing it for years at least. But she wasn't with them. Had nothing happened, she would have been totally at home in that photo. Masaki gasped when he studied the photo. What, just so you know, you can't have this. No, that isn't it. Masaki stared fervently at Yukiko. Is she your type? Masaki just retrieved another photo from the sea as if my joke hadn't even registered with him. It was the picture with Satsuki, Ayako at the festival. Take a look at this, Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki pointed at Ayako's bangs. Is there something in her hair? Hard to tell since it's in black and white. It's a flower hair clip. I bought that for her at the festival. Oh. But Yukiko can't possibly be Ayako, can she? Because she will be way too... She's way too young to be his age, right? Don't get all mushy on me now. It's unsettling. I'm being serious here now. Please take a look at this while keeping what I just told you in mind. He then showed me the photo of Yukiko. Ah, she's wearing a hair clip. Not just any hair clip, the same one I gave Satsuki. Masaki said exactly what I'd been singing. No, that can't be. I mean, how long do you think it's been since then? Doesn't matter, I'd never forget it. It wasn't some mass-produced trinket either, so if I could see it up close... Okay, I get it. We'll ask Kayahara about it when we get back. Like hell we could be this lucky. Did you tell the front desk you'd be staying here? Huh? Oh no, not yet. Then get on that. As for a room, I guess you can sleep in here. Huh, alright. Masaki left the room. Okay, better give that nutcase's crazy story some thought while I still have peace and quiet to spare. Right, deduction time. Which means we first of all save before doing anything else. Because the chances of getting something wrong in these things are not zero. That's for sure. But then again, we should probably stick to the guide anyways, because, you know, just so we don't mess up with the ending. Masaki claimed that Yukiko was wearing the same hair clip he'd given Ayako. Was that even possible? Yes, I guess. I mean, I would say yes, but the guide says it's impossible. Well, we'll just follow it, but we're gonna keep the correct answer in mind, right? Bullshit it is. It would just be insane. Then again, I can't just rain on Masaki's parade, especially not after earlier. So okay, let's just assume it is possible for now. In that case, how could Yukiko and Ayako be related if the two had the exact same hair clip? Yukiko and Ayako, so... maybe mother and daughter, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I would say they're probably mother and daughter, but it says here they're not related, so let's just go with that. It's kind of unsatisfying, but you know, we need this ending to get the proper endings later. It was far more likely that they were unrelated. We couldn't possibly have gotten that lucky after all. However, there was also a chance Ayako had a kid. Though that said, I couldn't be certain the kid was Yukiko. Her daughter, huh? Well, I mean, with these answers, we would definitely be going towards a bad ending, but yeah, no. Masaki returned with the futon right then and there, you and Tao. There won't be any issue with the two of you sharing a room, so I'm going to set up a second futon in here. Yeah, fine by me, thanks. I moved the table to make some room for it. Could you take a look at this photograph, young mistress? Masaki showed you the photo of the festival. Oh, that's the one Mr. Tokisaka showed me last night, but what about it? Well, don't you think this girl's hair clip is exactly the same as Sachan's? This time Masaki presented the photo of Yukiko. I'm so sorry, but I'm not sure. I don't remember Sachan's hair clip quite that well, you see. Oh. But Mr. Takayama was manning the stall where they sold those, right? Maybe he'll know something. Then again, this is Mr. Takayama we're talking about. Mr. Takayama, you mean the cop? Yes, however, all he did was watch the stalls, so I doubt he'll be much help. Man, poor guy gets no respect, does he? Perhaps, but we'll go inquire with him tomorrow morning anyway. And I wish you two a good night. You left after setting up our futons. Might as well hit the hay, don't you think? Sounds like a plan. I'm exhausted after everything that happened today. Masaki flopped onto his futon. Meanwhile, I dragged the brazier over toward me. Hey, don't go hogging the heat. Shut up. I need to seal the cheek you so generously slogged the shit out of. Can you at least put it between us, please? I'll let you punch me in return. In your dreams. In a weird way, those two really get along, huh? But, you know. Good for them, I guess. Masaki and I stopped by the police station in Maihina first thing the following morning. What brings you here? Oh, I wasn't expecting to see you around this early, Inspector Inui. Probably stayed the night here, seeing as he wasn't at the inn. Anyways, Officer Takayama around? He's sleeping in the back. Said he came down with a cold. Guess that's why I haven't seen him so far this trip then. Tell me, Tokisaka, what do you make of the curse that plagued this village? Inui raised an eyebrow. The most selfish type of crime, done to get rid of those who pose a threat. But surely it wasn't always like that, at least not when it started hundreds of years ago. It wouldn't have been used to cover up failed human trials until around the turn of the 20th century. I believe they used it back then to get rid of any dissidents. The Hinagamis probably needed to do that to establish a rock-solid system of government where they ruled over the masses as kings. Sounds like a reign of terror. Inui sipped some tea. Then what does that make the Oracle, a woman raised since birth solely to be an executioner? That's a way of looking at it, I guess. Now that one I'm not so sure about. They probably had her raised by the Shigusas to hide the incest from everyone. But that would have only started just a few generations ago, after the era of westernization. What makes you so certain? Because it was only after the spread of Christian values that Japan started viewing incest as taboo. Before then, marrying your relatives wasn't such an uncommon practice, not even in tiny villages. What's more, there were plenty of cases of what was essentially royal inbreeding over the course of nearly a millennium of Japanese history. And I don't just mean in the Fujiwara clan. Valuing bloodline purity was just the way of things in those days. Yeah, not just in Japan either, right? I mean, Europe did that for long enough as well. So it was the spread of Christianity that changed that. Yes, but even Catholic European royal families had tons of incestuous marriages back then. There you go, just what I mentioned, right? Perhaps that was why such marriages had been a thing even in this settlement, which was dominated by a warped interpretation of Christianity. But they actually did have the Oracle perform the murders, didn't they? Probably, but honestly, investigating that won't be easy. I'd bet it was more convenient for them to make the Oracle the executor of the curse, what with her being separate from the rest of the Hinagami family and all. The story went that you needed to have worshipped the false Lord Hina to be cursed, but you'd have to be insane to do something like that, knowing the price you'd pay for it. Yeah, the legend goes that Lord Hina grants wishes, but only the Hinagamis can worship the real one. Therefore, the Hinagamis had the power to grant all the villagers wishes, which would equate worshipping a false Lord Hina an overt act of opposition against the Hinagamis, thus rendering the recusant perfectly eligible to be cursed. Recusant? Good grief. What is that word again? Oh, okay. And by having the oracle be associated only with the Shigusa shrine, it would make it seem like the Hinagamis had nothing to do with the curse. For the shrine is holy ground, place divorced from the realm of mankind. I can't say I entirely follow. Masaki shook his head. If you don't, then the rest of us never will either. Hell, all I've done is string together some half-assed series. You said that Rika Hinagami murdered Keiko Zaizen in a fit of jealousy, didn't you? So then, why was her body tampered with identically to the curse victims? Staged as the work of the curse, of course. So long as you made it look similar enough, the villagers would believe that it had been the case of the curse, regardless of whether it was missing a singer or two. Hence why Lord Hina was stuffed into the body, I take it. The curse was probably initiated whenever the Hinagamis donated the sacred branch. Without it, it didn't count. What would he have done if Hideyomi Hinagami had taken their truce to his grave? I would have found a way to even without him. After all, it wouldn't have been too difficult to work back from Karen's crimes to the curse itself. So that makes Karen Hinagami a copycat killer who modeled her murders of the Oracle's curse, huh? Yes, but you know, there's something that still bugs me about all this, Inspector Inui. Yeah, because why would she think that that would even work outside of Hitogata, right? What would that be? You, what's your stake in this case? A simple inspector pursuing a case for nearly 3 decades, especially when his superiors must have ordered him to stop many times, just doesn't add up. You don't think it makes sense to try to solve an open case? No, it does. Hell, I was once in the same boat myself. Though I quit the force instead, I would have kept looking into the case, even if I'd stayed. And honestly, I envied that Inui had gotten that luxury. Are you insinuating something? Easy, I'm not judging you for your fixation on the case. All I'm wondering is where the drive that kept you hunting for the truth for so long stemmed from. In my case, I got obsessed over an investigation and even quit the police to pursue it because my fiancé was one of its victims. So would you mind telling me about your connection to Keiko Zaizen? What good will knowing that do you? Not much, I admit. I'm just curious if you're at peace now that it's finally over. Like hell I am. How would I be when those responsible can never receive their due punishment because of the statute of limitations is passed? But haven't you already been aware of that for a long time? Miss Zaizen was murdered in 1929, far beyond even the modern criminal procedure code's statute of limitations. Though I didn't remember how it used to be. Nowadays the limit was 15 years, meaning she would have had to have died around the end of the war for any legal action to take place. So tell me, why was it that you kept trying to close a case whose resolution you knew would never truly grant you peace? You knew he didn't answer. Incidentally, I finally caught the guy who murdered my fiancée almost 2 years ago. He's behind bars now, but honestly, even that didn't fill the hole in my heart. I wanted to kill him. No, I'd planned to kill him. But I doubt that would have made me feel any better. What are you getting at? That there's no way to bring the bereaved peace, so long as the dead can't come back to life. So with that in mind, I'll ask you one more time, why did you keep chasing after this case like a man possessed? Because it was probably all I had left to live for. You know, you finally came clean. I made it my life's mission to find the culprit. No, to knock the Hinagamis off their throne. I convinced myself that would solve everything. For what it's worth, I doubt there'll be any more victims like Miss Zaizen. He's been disinherited after all. I pointed to Masaki. Certainly hope not. Even if I weren't, I would never keep insane practices like that going. Heh, homesick already? Not at all. Masaki shook his head. Keiko was my sister. Oh. There it was. Huh? I knew it. Figured she had to have been a relative or something. After all, I doubted he would ever have gotten this obsessed over a total stranger, police inspector or not. Her husband run a small pub here in Hitogata. Unfortunately, he died in an accident not too long after they got married. An accident? Just an accident, no foul play from the Hinagamis or anything. Keiko kept running the bar after he passed away, but business wasn't booming, and she was having trouble keeping it open. I take it that's when Shizuru Hinagami entered the picture. Exactly. He seduced Keiko and slept with her in exchange for dropping money into her bar. Rika must have been blind with envy when she found out. With only one side of the story, and one based purely on biased speculation at that, there was no telling for sure what had happened. For all we knew, it was Keiko Zaisen who'd seduced Shizuru. Perhaps Shizuru would elaborate if I asked him, but honestly, it really didn't matter. Suddenly the door to the back room opened. Oh, it's you guys. And here I was wondering what all the racket was about. Takayama coughed as he walked toward us. Are you alright, Mr. Takayama? I'm taking some of your family's medicine, so yeah, I'll be fine. Probably change his tune if he ever found out everything he'd missed while he was sick. Then again, I had to admit, levity such as this was very much welcome in these stressful days. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Inui patted Takayama on the shoulder and retreated to the back room. Is he gonna be okay? Looks real down for some reason. Yeah, he'll live. A heavy burden just got lifted off his shoulders, that's all. Huh, if you say so, I guess. Takayama curiously watched Inui go. Mr. Takayama. Masaki walked up to Takayama and showed him the photo we'd looked at last night. Do you remember how I bought a hair clip from your stall at the festival the year the war began? Wait, you did? Takayama scratched his head. Yes, I was with Satsuki back then. It was around when we took this photograph, see? Does this ring any bells? Oh yeah, I guess it kinda does. This is the hair clip you sold me back then, isn't it? Masaki showed Takayama the photo of Yukiko. Sorry, but I don't know what to tell you. I was just watching the stall as a favor back then, so don't really remember what I sold. That only stood to reason. A hair clip, huh? I don't know if they're the same, but it should be made of washi paper if it was sold at that stall. Washi? Yeah, they're special products that are only made in this neck of the woods. Supposedly you paste layers of washi and silk thread together and make different shapes and colors. You sure did your homework? Oh well, only cause a lady shot me down when I tried giving her one as a present. I see. I don't think I want to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Takayama. Masaki bowed. No problem. Not sure what you're up to, but best of luck. It was probably better off remaining blissfully ignorant, honestly. Masaki and I left the station and ventured to the heart of Hitogata. Will the funeral be held at the shrine? No, apparently the shrine doesn't do funerals, since they're considered impure. Most of them are done at home. I see. Unfortunately, I'm only familiar with Buddhist funerals, and I didn't bring any mourning clothes either. That makes two of us. Don't you have any old ones at your place? What, are you telling me to dress up in my school uniform? Yeah, okay, that'd be pushing it. Besides, I highly doubt that Mariko would allow us to pay the Hinagamis our condolences, much as I thought it best. Anyway, so we were here to visit the shrine. Right, I lost focus for a second there. Masaki and I ascended the snowy stairs. Okay. I wonder how this hair clip is going to be of any help to the big picture here. But okay. I mean, I guess the quickest way to actually find out something would be to ask Yukiko herself. But you know. Alright. Anywho. Shigusa's shrine was as silent as ever. However, several wicked trunks now sat under the shrine's office's eaves. Probably implements for the funeral, if I had to guess from how Kensei Shigusa was attending to them. Maybe I should offer to help carry them. Kensei. Kensei looked up from the trunks. Ayato, did something happen? No, not exactly. Masaki turned to me. Oh, so you're the one who has business with me, Mr. Tokisaka? Yes. I'd prefer it if you could just let this all go. Call me selfish if you will, but I'd rather we put all these old traditions to rest for good. I'm aware, and that's why my question concerns the future instead. A future, you say? Yayoi emerged from the office just then, carrying a white robe. Hey Dad, we're gonna be needing this soon, right? Right, so just put it in the trunk. My apologies, Ayato, but could you give her a hand? Oh, yes, of course. As for you, Mr. Tokisaka, follow me. Kensei led me away until we were out of Masaki and Yaoi's earshot. My daughter is my future. All I want is a world where she can live peacefully. I understand that, but there's one other person whose future you should be worried about. You mean Ayako, don't you? Yes, funny that her name came to mind right away when you don't know where she is, or if she's even alive, I must say. Yeah, we don't know that, for sure. Well, Kensei fumbled over his words. Please, sir, you don't need to keep these secrets any longer. Suppose you're right. Then please tell me, where's Ayako? I wish I knew, but like I said yesterday, I have no idea. I meant it when I said I lost track of her during the war. However, apparently she was pregnant when she escaped the settlement. Ah, so... Yeah. Makes sense, right? Because, the Satsuki that died... couldn't have possibly been pregnant, right? So... must be the other one. Apparently she was pregnant when she escaped the settlement. I instinctively looked Masaki's way. Ayato, huh? I had a feeling. Nothing surprising about it if you ask me. It's just the sort of thing that happens when two people are in love. And he didn't know they were related either, so it wouldn't have been incest to him. Not that it matters, seeing as how he was supposed to marry his older sister and all. How ironic that he fell for her body double instead. Back when Ayako and I were still in contact, I heard she had the baby in Tokyo, but she gave it up to an orphanage since she couldn't raise it herself. Would you happen to know the name of that orphanage? Of course. What other place would it be, right? I believe it was called the White Lily Garden, though I heard they closed down. Thank you very much for sharing that with me. Shigusas and Hinagamis will probably fade away in the future, much like all things that refuse to change with the times. Kensei sighed. Some things will likely remain as culture or folklore. However, the people's manner of life will evolve. That's the way mankind has always progressed since its genesis, after all. I bow to Kensei. We'll be going now. Oh, but we'll take those trunks down to the settlement for you if that's where they're going. Thank you for the kind offer, but we'll be fine. That's our job, after all. Kensei flashed a mild-mannered smile. I see, in that case, I wish you well. A white bird swooped across the sky as I made my way back to Masaki and Yayoi. Looks like that thing's having trouble flying. It's a rock ptarmigan. It's that thing that they was painting for, well, Ayako, I guess it was. Although, as I said previously, it is entirely possible that, you know, they switched that he had contact with both of them. So it's hard to say at which point in time exactly which girl interacted with Ayato. Also, I turned back to see Masaki looking toward me. Oh wow, really? Never seen one of those before. Me neither. They normally stay higher in the mountains. It's been many years since I last saw one myself. Though that's no surprise considering how long I've been away. Masaki explained that to me as he watched the bird fly away. Yeah. Guess he's not in the mood to finish that painting of his right now. I returned to the inn and prepared to take my leave of the settlement. Though I didn't have much to pack, seeing as how we'd left Tokyo empty-handed. Are you already leaving? Yeah, I've wrapped up my business, and I doubt I'd be allowed to attend Hidiomi's funeral. Oh, I don't think that's true. Well, I'd already gave them my regards anyway, and besides, I don't have any clothes fit for a funeral. But deep down, it was because I didn't have the nerve to face him after what I'd done on his deathbed. Just then, the door opened, revealing Masaki. Oh, Rito. You're leaving and I'm going with you, Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki set his bag by the front door. But aren't you the chief mourner? No, that would be my grandmother. Which is only natural, really, seeing as how I was disowned yesterday. Sure about this? Yes, I've already said my goodbyes to my grandfather. Damn, what a heartless bastard. What can I say? I learned from the best. Masaki grinned. Then what do you say we go find the heartless bastard's daughter? So you think so too, huh? I don't know, can't say for sure without some more digging. True enough. Do you even have enough to raise a kid though? I'm not a father, so I couldn't say. We'll go jumping to conclusions. We still don't know if she is for certain. Masaki turned to you. How much do I owe you, young mistress? Huh? Owe me? But Mr. Tokisaka already paid for the both of you. What? Come on, let's skedaddle. We can still make it back to Tokyo by the end of the day if we leave now. Picked up Masaki's bag and tossed it to him. Oh, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your help, Miss Futami. I bowed to you, who'd followed to see us off. Oh no, if anything, I should be apologizing for all lack of due hospitality. You don't have to apologize for that, but your grandmother certainly should. Ito, you'll come back eventually, won't you? Honestly, I'm not sure. I see. Stay safe. You too. You too, right? Because their name's you. Alright, so Yukiko, huh? Yukiko stopped in her tracks numerous times on their way over to the hospital. However, Yukari patiently waited for her each time. Are you alright? Yes. Yukiko nodded. They'd received a call that morning saying Kohane had stabilized. Though a little hesitant, Yukiko had ultimately agreed when Yukari suggested they go visit her together. And yet her resolve appeared to fade with every step she took. Yukari hadn't asked her a thing. While she would have been lying if she said she didn't want to know what went down between her friends, she'd figured Yukiko would confide in her when she was ready to talk. However, Yukiko hadn't said a word about it over the last few days they'd spent together. Tokisaka. Yes? You go on without me. I need to calm down a little first. No, I'll wait with you. Yukari stood by Yukiko. But it's cold out here. And why don't we go inside? We can always sit in the waiting room and take our time. Okay. Yukiko nodded and meekly followed Yukari. There were still many people in the waiting room awaiting their turn. Yukari took Yukiko over to a bench by the wall so neither of them would get in anyone's way. Phew. Yukiko took a breath and put down the bouquet she'd been carrying. Would you like me to get you some water? No, thank you, I'll be fine. Yukiko balled her tiny hands into fists atop her lap. Can't avoid her forever, can I? Yukiko clearly heard that, yet decided she was better off pretending she hadn't. Tokisaka. Yes? Could you go check up on Kohane first? Well, I don't mind, certainly, but are you sure about this? It's just, I'm still too scared. As much as I tell myself I'm just being paranoid, part of me worries Kohane will be acting like last time. Alright, then I'll go. Yukari got up. Wait right here, okay? I'll see how she's doing. Thank you. Yukari left her bag with Yukiko and went looking for Kohane's hospital room. Eventually she found a door labeled Kohane Tori. Upon doing so, she knocked on the door and waited a bit. Who is it? Kohane finally responded after a beat or two. It's me, Yukari. Kari? Yes, may I come in? Yukiko is here to see you as well. Sorry, Kari, but I want to be alone right now. Kohane. Is Yukiko there with you? No, she's in the waiting room. Apparently she still isn't feeling well. I see. Let her know I don't want to see her for a while. Alright, I hope you feel better soon. Thanks. Yukari stepped away from the door. She hadn't expected Kohane to shut her out. But in hindsight, perhaps it shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, while she hadn't been told the explicit details, she'd heard that Kohane had gone into shock, so great that it sent her hyperventilating. Whatever happened between her and Yukiko had clearly been no simple falling out. No, it was something that ran far deeper, something an outsider like Yukari had no hopes of helping with. Will the issue even resolve itself with time? Yukari made her way back to Yukiko. Her heart weighed down like lead. Tokisaka. Looks like we'll have to try Kohane another time. They're still not allowing her any visitors yet, unfortunately. Yukari couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. I see. It hurt Yukari to lie. But neither could she pass such venomous words onto Yukiko. Why don't we go see Kyoko now? Two of them had planned to visit her as well from the start, so the trip wouldn't be totally wasted. And while Yukari had brought a present for Kohane, she figured she could just pass it on to her nurse instead. Okay, let's go. Yukiko got up. Please don't push yourself, alright? Don't worry, I'm fine. And with that, Yukari led Yukiko to Kyoko's room. Once there, she knocked on the door. Come in. Pardon us. Oh, Kyoko swallowed her words when she saw Yukiko. Are you okay, Kyoko? Concerned, Yukiko approached the bed. Yes. I brought you some fresh clothes. I'll just leave them here. Yukari sat down the bag she was carrying. Aye, thank you, Yukari. You remember when I said that, I suspect that Kyoko was stabbed by Yukiko? I feel like that could be the case. I don't know why, but the reaction just now, the fact that not a blade was used, but something that is dull, like, you know, say a painting knife or something like that. Yeah. That points towards her, but, you know, let's see where that leads. What would you like done with your dirty laundry? Oh, you can just leave those. They said they'd wash them for me here. Alright then. Yukari nodded, only to cock her head when she noticed how Yukiko was acting. Thank goodness you're alright, Kyoko. I was so worried about you. Her friend was holding Kyoko's hand and crying as if it were the end of the world. Kyoko seemed rather bewildered. Yukiko. Oh, I'm not hurting you, am I? If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, but it's alright. I'm fine. Kyoko smiled at Yukiko. So don't worry about a thing, okay? You say so. Yukiko hung her head. Perhaps she was unhappy that she couldn't do anything for Kyoko. Could you arrange the flowers, Yukiko? Like to put them in a vase now? Huh? Oh yeah, certainly. Yukiko turned away from the bed and set her bouquet on the table. Please go ahead and pick whatever flowers you think work best. I'll fill the vase. Alright, what flowers would you like to look at, Kyoko? How about some snowdrops, seeing as it's winter and everything? Yukari listened to them converse as she carried the vase out into the hallway. Kinda, you know, thinking back about that other visual novel I read at one point about, you know, those two kids in palliative care that go to Awaji Island to see the, what were they called? Oh yeah, Narcissus, right? That's also a plant that grows during winter, so that's why I just thought of that. She filled it with water in the bathroom and was en route back to Kyoko's room when she noticed a girl in a hospital gown sitting on a bench. Ah, it's Michiru. I don't think she has talked to Yukari before, as far as I know. The girl looked up and met Yukari's gaze. One of her eyes was covered in a bandage. It was then that Yukari remembered that Reiji had mentioned this girl. Hello. The girl looked away as if she were shy. What's your name? Michiru. That's right. Reiji said her name was Michiru Shirasaki. Here to visit Kyoko-chan? Kyokyo. You mean Kyoko? Yes. I'm here to bring her some clothes. Oh. Michiru's eyes abruptly locked onto Yukari's vase. What's that for? Oh, to preserve some flowers I got for her. Huh? You like flowers? I like dandelions. I'm afraid I don't have any of those. Then sunflowers. I can't get those right now. Chrysanthemums? I think that's... I always struggle with that one.
Chrysanthemum.
Too depressing for someone in the hospital. Oh yeah, because they're used as funeral flowers, right? Shame. Michiru's shoulders slumped. You like to join us? Sure. So it was that Yukari entered Kyoko's room with Michiru in tow. Oh, hello there, Michiru. Michiru approached Kyoko. Who's she? Yukiko separated the flowers as she glanced at Michiru. She's another patient here, apparently. Oh, that's gonna be interesting because, right, Michiru and Yukiko used to be in the same orphanage. I wonder if they recognize each other. Oh, I see. Yukiko placed the flowers in the vase. Let's take the extra flowers home with us, why don't we? Okay, say Kyoko, where would you like the vase? Should look nice on that table. Could you go put it there for me, Michiru? Michiru took the vase from Yukiko. Yukiko won't remember her, that's pretty certain, but Michiru might. She suddenly froze when she looked up and saw the other girl's face. What is it? Yukiko cocked her head. The vase shattered across the floor. Oh no. Yukari rushed over to a crouching Michiru. Stay back, you'll just hurt yourself. However, it turned out that Michiru was covering her face, not picking up the pieces as Yukari had expected. Ah! Michiru clawed at her bandage like a rabid animal. Michiru. Yukari grabbed Michiru's arm. No! Michiru shook her head. Calm down, it's okay, what happened? Yukari embraced Michiru to stop her from hurting herself. Yukiko, who'd reflexively stepped back in response to the mayhem, timidly spoke up. And then... Why did you kill him? For a moment, Yukari wondered if she'd heard correctly. Calm down, Michiru. Ah! What happened? Koharu threw open the door at the precise moment. Don't know. Michiru just started throwing a fit out of nowhere. Kyoko quickly explained. Must be having another episode. Let's go, Miss Shirosaki. Koharu and the nurse both held Michiru to her feet. No! Michiru shook her head. Please be careful, ladies. You won't want to hurt yourselves in the glass. Thank you. Well, dang, that was, about what I expected. I was almost sure she was gonna have some kind of reaction to Yukiko, but, from what we've heard so far, but it was a bit more harsh than I originally, thought, I suppose. Is that normal for her? So I've heard she supposedly gets to these sorts of episodes every now and then. See, I'll go get a broom and a dustpan. However, no sooner had Yukari taken a step to leave than did she stop after noticing Yukiko sitting completely still in a chair like a soulless husk. Yukiko? Are you alright? Probably been rattled by Michiru's sudden episode. Yeah. Yukiko weakly nodded. Want me to go get a doctor? No, I'm okay. You don't look okay. Yukiko shook her head. You need a broom and a dustpan, right? I'll go get them. So just sit tight. Yukiko got out of her chair and headed for the hallway. Only took a moment for Yukari to notice her friend was treading on clearly shaky feet. No, Yukiko, please, just stay here and rest. I'll be fine, really. Yukiko brushed Yukari's offer aside and left the room. Yukari could do nothing but watch her leave. Yukari? Kyoko's voice snapped Yukari out of her trance. Yes? Is Yukiko sick? I don't know. Physically, she seems fine, but sometimes she'll have trouble remembering things. Is that right? Now I see. Kyoko nodded to herself. Kyoko? Ah, it's nothing. Oh my god, we need Reiji here ASAP so we can pull her secrets out of her nose. I'll go clean up then. Yukari crouched down and picked up the flowers. Shouldn't touch anything, you could hurt yourself. Don't worry, I'm only getting the flowers, I'll be fine. Yukari wanted to get a new vase for them if possible. Simply leaving them out to wilt would have left a bad taste in her mouth after all. Why did you kill him? Michiru's voice replayed in Yukari's head. What did she mean by that? Yukari wrestled with that thought as she mulled those words over. Who was he? Why was he killed? Who killed him? Ow! Suddenly Yukari's finger stung with pain. She'd been so zoned out that she'd cut it on a piece of glass. She looked up at the bed, hiding her finger. Luckily, it seemed Kyoko hadn't noticed. Good. I don't want to give her something else to worry about. Yukiko returned just then. Yukari set the flowers on the table before taking the broom and dustpan. Oh, are you bleeding? It was then that Yukiko noticed the blood gushing out of Yukari's finger. See, I told you so. Yukari took a tissue from Kyoko and was about to cover her cut with it. And Yukiko suddenly kissed that finger. Huh? But it was just as quickly that Yukiko let her go. I'm sorry about that. I just didn't want you getting your uniform dirty, so... No, it's alright. Thank you. Yukiko then took the tissue from Yukari and carefully wiped her finger with it. Tokisaka? Yes? Let's go home. Yukiko turned to face the door with those words. Kyoko. Flustered, Yukari looked at the older woman. Don't worry, see you next time. Okay, excuse me. Yukari bowed and followed Yukiko out of the room. Sunset was nigh. Yukiko? Yukari called to her friend after she'd suddenly stopped in the middle of the parking lot. Somewhere I'd like to take you, Tokisaka. Yukiko turned around. Where? I'll see, it's a little far, but we should make it if we take a train now. Yukiko's face resembled an emotionless doll's. Seeing that set off alarm bells in Yukari's mind. She knew she was probably better off not taking Yukiko up on that offer. Where is there? What's there? And yet she asked the question regardless. What exactly is she after? The place where it all began for me. So they're going to the orphanage then. I see. It was past midnight by the time Masaki and I arrived at Ueno Station. The station's typical hustle and bustle was nowhere to be found. The food stalls and outdoor bars hosting nothing but drunkards. Masaki strolled back from the ticket counter as I finished taking stock of my surroundings. The Yamate line is stopped for the night. We won't be going anywhere in that. Which means we probably can't board the Chuo line from Kanda or Ochanomizu either. Same goes for the Ginza line. It was great that we were back in Tokyo and all, but getting stranded in Ueno was not my idea of a homecoming. Looks like a taxi's our only hope. No, you dumbass. The only ones out and about this late at night are no better than scammers. They'll charge you hundreds of yen for a ride to Shinjuku. My place was even further out than that. Oh well, no need to rush if the trains aren't running. Anyway, I'm hungry, so what do you say we get a bite somewhere? Of course. This guy. The takoyaki stall vendor cut in before I even finished that saw. No, wait, we haven't made up our minds yet. And here I thought I'd serve you something piping hot to warm you up on this freezing night. Oh great, trying to tug at my heartstrings, classic. Why don't we just play along? Masaki whispered into my ear. I guess it'll save us the trouble of picking a place to eat. Fine, takoyaki for 2, please. Mind if we eat right here? Go ahead. The old man got to work on the takoyaki. By the way, are there any liquor stores around? There's one toward Okachimachi, just across the street. Well, you heard the man. Ah, you asking me to get us drinks? Damn right I am. Oh, but pick whatever brand you'd like. Hey, sir, can we drink here too? Sure, as long as you don't turn into a pack of hooligans. Well, you heard the man. Really appreciate this, Masaki. If I must. Masaki got up and crossed the deserted street. Meanwhile, I set up a wooden table and chairs I found gathering dust nearby and took a seat. Also, get us a large order of red pickled ginger. It'll make the perfect side. Coming right up. The old man produced a small plate stacked with pickled ginger. That's all he's got for now, huh? Oh well, better than nothing. Shrugging, I pinched some of the minced ginger with my chopsticks, popped it into my mouth. Man, this would be great if only I had some beer to go with it. That nitwit better get back soon. Here you are. Steam rose high from the plate of takoyaki he served. It made it look good, given the circumstances, yet somehow I was still paralyzed with stark dread. Better hurry before it gets cold. Right, yeah. I took a bite of takoyaki. It'd been grilled just right and wasn't raw, but that was all I could say in its favor. I threw in some more ginger just so it was at least tasting something. No need to hurry, there's still plenty where that came from. It's like a big night for this guy, right? Because he usually doesn't get that many customers. The old man showed off a large tub of batter. How is he still in business when he's got that much left after midnight? Tonight's your lucky night. I'm gonna cook all this, so go to town with it. It's on the house. He poured more batter on the grill with a smile. This guy's not kidding, is he? I looked away for a moment only to see Masaki finally returning. But as it turned out, he had company. Oh, it's Toji. What the hell are you doing, Tokisaka? Hey there, wanna join us? What I wanted was to go home. Toji glanced over at Masaki as she retorted. But then I saw this guy loitering outside a closed liquor store, looking like a lost puppy. Seriously, what were you thinking, Mr. Tokisaka? Not even liquor stores are open this late. Said the guy carrying a bottle of booze regardless. Then where'd you get that? From my office. Hey, sir, got any cups? Coming right up. The old man produced several drinking glasses, foggy from what was probably decades of use, and handed them to us. These'll work just fine for unfiltered sake. Where's it from? Rice malt used in miso brewing factories in Shinshu. It keeps like shit though, so it's not exactly easy to come by. Talk about a delicacy, can't wait. Of course, it's somehow related to miso, right? Masaki filled all our glasses. I stared into my sake, watching the white particles floating around in it. Would you like some too, sir? Nah, don't drink. Just fill yourselves on these, and I'll be happier than any drunk. The old man presented us with some takoyaki. What the hell, at least it'll make a decent snack. Toji picked up her glass. Cheers. Our free glasses met with a satisfying clank. Damn, talk about sweet. Goes down the throat easy, doesn't it? That's what happens when you get booze from a bona fide distillery instead of one of those cheap moonshine places. I could see you getting drunk of this if you could drank it like sweet sake. Masaki helped himself to some ginger. So what, you guys just got back from Toyama? Yeah, things are pretty much wrapped up over there. Not like there's much the long arm of the law can do about what we dug up, though. Statute of limitations being a bitch, I take it. You know it. So tell me, how are things with the Utsugi case? It's going, but they still don't have the slightest clue who bombed him off. Oh, I hear they're sure Uribe's death was a homicide, though. I'm guessing they don't have a suspect for that one either. Nope. They don't even know if it was the same killer. For all we know, Utsugi could have murdered Uribe only for someone else to ice him in retaliation. That or a million other things. Got nothing but theories at the moment. Toji sipped her sake. You really weren't kidding though. The shit goes down like water. Just don't get wasted. I'm sure as hell not gonna tend to your drunk ass if you do. I'll keep that in mind. I held my glass out to Masaki. Pour it yourself, please. Wow, what a jerk. Remind me whose daughter we're about to go see again? What does that have to do with this? Huh? Is this about a daughter? Well, get this. We found out by pure damn luck that this bastard's got his own bastard out there. Again, we still aren't sure. Masaki downed his glass of liquor. But I don't know what to say to her if it is true. Simple as, hey, it's me, Daddy. You want another bruised cheek? Masaki's eyes had glossed over. Damn, is he that much of a lightweight? Besides, look who's talking. I bet you've got a daughter at 20 running around somewhere by now. Hey, this isn't about me. Yep, he's plastered. Come on, that wouldn't be so bad. Drink up. Toji poured Masaki another glass. Thanks, I could use another. Daughters never grow up the way their dads want them to. It sounded like the old man was venting. You work your ass off day and night for them. And do they thank you? Nope. They just keep finding the hand that feeds them. Is he speaking from experience? Not that I had the guts to ask. Gonna drink, Tokisaka? At my own pace. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is a character we know from the old guy's daughter. I can't think of anyone who would fit that bill, though, from Katagara, but, you know, maybe I'm just not remembering. My half-empty glass was topped up the moment I said that. Seriously? We can't waste a drop. If that's not enough, we'll just buy more. I thought all the liquor stores were closed. So, there are plenty of places we can go bar hopping in these parts. Okay, a minute ago you said you didn't want us to get piss-ass drunk, but now you're trying to fill us up. Still tastes as funky as ever. Shut up. Just eat your goddamn takoyaki. This batch was doomed to fail from the moment you didn't make it with miso. These taste great when you pour miso on them while they're steaming on the grill. Miso? What, you're high? What dumbass pairs miso with takoyaki? This woman does. You dare to make a mockery of miso, worm? See, this is why I can't trust greenhorns. Miso and takoyaki goes good together as soda and cereal. I can't doubt he said that, but in Japanese, but... A slide against miso is a slide against me. Shall pay for this. Make takoyaki with miso now. So help me God. She's totally shit-faced too, isn't she? How else could one explain what appeared to be the birth of the Great Takoyaki War of 1958 or something? Now, cool down, you guys. What good will making takoyaki do you now? Are you drunk? I can't cook takoyaki. Then let me drink in peace for all that is holy. What am I supposed to do? An inebriated Masaki growls as he glugged down his drink. Hell if I know. Guess there's only one way out of this. Work your black magic, booze. Well, that is nice and all, but the more interesting thing is gonna be now, how is that with Yukari and Yukiko gonna continue? We're not gonna find out just yet. Ugh. Found myself outside of Sakura Damon, the mother of all hangovers. Tokisaka. Masaki's face green to the gills was right next to me. What in the world happened last night? I was hoping you'd know, actually. From what I could recall, we had a drink with Toji at the takoyaki stall, then ended up hopping between God knew how many bars. Toji ditched us at some point, yet miraculously, we'd still had enough to pay off all that booze. All things considered, it was no shock my brain felt like it'd been crushed under an anvil. Even the sound of trucks zooming by was akin to a million screws drilling into my skull. No one on the train over dared to even approach us without a 10-foot pole. Let's go. Mind if I pay the restroom a visit first? Knock yourself out. Yaginuma was waiting at CID Section 1. At least have the decency to bathe before you walk these halls, sir. There to greet us with a pinch of his nose and a few steps back. Cut me some slack, will you? I didn't have time to go home. Though in reality I suspected I wouldn't have woken up until evening had I gone straight home after a night like that. You could clearly hear that he's talking with his nose pinched. Fine, and make it quick. What brings you here? Yutsugi case. I've got stuff to report, and surely the autopsy's long done by this point, yeah? Indeed it is. Unfortunately, well... Yaginuma turned his head. She's here as well. Indicating a familiar face, sawing logs on the visitor's sofa. Natsume. She was up until the crack of dawn finishing all of her paperwork. Oh, taking advantage of her, you hear? As if. Yaginuma was uncharacteristically short with me. Oh shit. Did she take advantage of you? Hell no. Don't yell, my head's pounding something fierce. Damn, Yaginuma never swears like that. Natsume must have been this close to showing him hell on earth. Morning. Natsume awoke, probably roused by our racket. Where's my monocle? You're wearing it. Oh, whoops, you're right. Oh, hey, if it ain't Tokisaka. What brings you to this neck of the woods? Supposedly, he wishes to hear the results of Keigo Utsugi's autopsy. Oh yeah, makes sense. Hold your horses a minute though, okay? Gotta go wash my face. Natsume teetered straight toward the exit like a living dead. Tell me, sir, did your trip prove fruitful? Yaginuma quickly changed the subject. Not in a way that would concern you and your folks. Most of what I dug up happened before the war, long past the statute of limitations. So you were investigating Hinagami Pharmaceuticals as well? No. What, you mean the whole illegal clinical trials thing? Sure, Hideyomi admitted to it, but that was ages ago, and the statute of limitations there is only 3 years. They say, but they can be charged for homicide should said trials have resulted in deaths, which would extend that to 15 years, time enough to bring the White Lily Garden cases to trial. Sounded like he didn't believe that it'd simply been a group suicide then. Investigators have been dispatched to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals in order to confiscate all relevant documents. Shizuru Hinagami has also submitted himself for ongoing voluntary questioning. Hold on, you mean he's here? I've got Masaki to break his silence. Indeed, but I cannot allow you to see him. Yaginuma shot down that idea before it could even get off the ground. In that case, please inform him that my grandfather, that Hideyomi Hinagami, has passed away. I'll see to it. Yaginuma nodded. Oh hey, that reminds me. I don't know if it means anything to you, but we found out that Keigo Utsugi had visited Hitogata on numerous occasions. That's so, but why? To observe the festival, apparently. This was back when the Congregation of the Blessed was still around, so they probably tried to use the festival as a reference for their own rituals. What's more, we also learned that he was one who proved Nanako Sawashiro innocent in the murder of Sachiko Kawase. I say, though I can't say for certain at the moment that any of this is relevant, I shall keep it in mind. Natsume returned just then. Back, so where do you want me to start? Cause of death, please. Righto. The victim died of aspiration of vomitus due to a colchicine overdose, choked to death on his own puke, in layman's terms. Yeah, so it wasn't arsenic poisoning as she suspected it might be, because they had apparently like exhibited similar symptoms and whatnot. Oh, so there was no arsenic in his system. That's not correct. I am not just misreading it this time. I remembered she discussed that possibility at the scene of the crime. His hair follicles displayed no such indications, meaning he hadn't been poisoned over a long period of time. So his death was an accident then. Don't know about that. Apparently the Vic suffered from gout for ages, so I doubt he would have suddenly gotten his dosage wrong. What possibilities does that open then? Well, he could have taken a pill with way too much colchicine in it. Is there any medicine like that? Can't say for sure, there ain't. Colchicine can be found in pretty much any corner drugstore, so anyone with the right know-how could have made it. Couldn't imagine Hinagami Pharmaceuticals would have gone to all that trouble, but who was to say? Speaking of which, this guy's looking into it as a homicide, from what I hear. Natsume pointed to Yaginuma. Court issued us a warrant, so we have to have been permitted to search that building, which I shall in light of the information you just furnished, sir. Sounds like there's more to that. Yaginuma just shrugged. Ah, yes, incidentally, those hoodlums were arrested, admitted to harassing that cafe. Apparently they were employed by that financing company affiliated with the Blessed Congregation. I knew it. Neither of them are believers. They were merely hired guns working as debt collectors. What did they have to say about Kyoko's stabbing? Both of them denied assaulting the proprietress. They said they would never harm someone they needed money from, otherwise she could never have paid them back. Yeah, that tracks. That was exactly what made this so confusing for me. The worst they would have done was threaten her. After all, if they really had stabbed her, all she'd have to do was call the police, and they'd be behind bars in a flash. Furthermore, the proprietress in question never filed a report with us, so we are unable to prod them beyond that. I still didn't get why Kyoko refused to say anything, but that was beside the point for now. As I said, I assume it was Yukiko who stabbed her, and that's why she didn't want to say anything. Hence her weird reaction when Yukiko entered the hospital room. Got any suspects? Oribe's murder is believed to have taken place before dawn on the 10th. An investigation of his followers revealed that there was an individual who vanished from their headquarters on the 12th. The 12th, so that day, huh? But wouldn't they have gone on the lam immediately after the murder if they were the killer? Not necessarily. The Blessed Congregation denied he was murdered, so they may have let this person flee once it became clear they would not be able to keep up the charade for long. Yaginuma stared at me head on. Now you have Yukiko Kayahara under your custody, yes? Are you implying I'm covering for her? Hardly. I'm aware that you aren't affiliated with the Blessed Congregation. Yaginuma adjusted the bridge of his glasses. I merely wish to have a word with her. Nothing more, nothing less. She is one of the select few individuals who was present in the Blessed Congregation's headquarters on the day of the incident, after all. Got it. I'll let her know when I see her at home later. Much appreciated. And here I thought he'd found me for not getting to it ASAP. He'd hound me. Oh, and while you're at it, could you see to the return of this as well? Yaginuma produced a bag from under his desk. It was the same one he'd impounded from Fuyumi the other day. What's inside? Everything that wasn't there from the start. All we did was note the total sum and the bill's serial numbers. We haven't confiscated so much as a single yen. You'd better not have. I wouldn't have put it past him to skim a stack or two. That much was sure. I am hardly the type of fool to ruin his life over such pocket change. Sure about that? Likewise, I must ask that you please not be so boorish as to pocket any of it before returning it to its owner. Like hell I would. Masaki and I took a train to Musashi Sakai and arrived at the Kayahara's apartment complex. Fortunately, my hangover had decided to show me some mercy by then. You think we should have stopped at the bathhouse first? Well, we couldn't have exactly left all that green in the changing room now, could we? Pointing to the bag Masaki was carrying. I feel so antsy with this thing on us. Just act like you'll kill anyone who dares to look at you funny. I rang the Kayahara's doorbell with Masaki in tow. Pardon me, it's Tokisaka. Is anybody home? Fuyumi opened the door moments later. Good morning. Good morning, could we have a few minutes of your time? Sure, come on in. A glum Fuyumi led us inside. Sorry, I don't have any coffee or tea for you. Oh no, that's quite alright. I only needed a single glance to tell the apartment hadn't clearly seen better days. Has anyone come by here? No cops, no Blessed Congregation representatives. Nobody. Have you been here this whole time? Yes, a friend's taking care of the nursery for me. How's Yukiko? I'll tell her to come back once I get home. I'm sure she's had enough time to set her nerves at ease. Thank you so much, really. Fuyumi bowed. This is for you, Fuyumi. Masaki presented her with the bag. Huh? How did he get this? Special delivery courtesy of the police. Oh, but rest assured, nothing's been taken. But I don't know what to do with all this. Oh no, I have too much money. Whatever shall I do? I can't say I don't sympathize. Masaki nodded. Just hold on to it for now, please. Not like you can give it back to the blessed congregation after all. I didn't know how it all worked legally, but I was pretty sure she was still the rightful owner of the money. Alright. Fuyumi nodded and took the bag from Masaki. Honestly, I don't care about any of this. I just want Yukiko back. I can imagine. Speaking of which, I know this is a bit off topic, but what do you know of Yukiko from before you adopted her? Just that she lived at the White Lily Garden, really. She never talks about her past. The doctor said not to bother her about it until she decides to open up, though, since she probably has mental issues associated with that time in her life. She must have been talking about the gaps in Yukiko's memories. But why do you ask? This time, I was the one on the opposite end of the interrogation table. In response, I silently shot Masaki a look. Well, you see, his eyes danced across the room. Still, I held my tongue, seeing as this wasn't my place to speak. The thing is, Yukiko might be my daughter. Huh? Fuyumi's eyes widened. Yeah, that was the only reasonable reaction. Oh, what makes you think that? I found a photo of her wearing a hair clip I bought her mother as a present long ago. A hair clip? Yes, here it is. Masaki took out the two photographs. One was the color photo of Yukiko, while the other was the black and white photo with Ayako in it. It's difficult to make out in this photograph, but I'm positive that these two hair clips are one and the same. You remember that? No way. Fuyumi's voice sounded shaky. Would you mind checking Yukiko's room for a bit, please? I'll know for sure if I see it in person. But don't be pushy, Masaki. You know, that's just bad manners. Fuyumi was looking rather unsettled, so I threw her a bone. But Mr. Tokisaka? Sorry about that, Miss Kayahara. His mind's clearly not in the best place right now. No, it's alright. Fuyumi shook her head. But I don't think Masaki's on the right track. What makes you say that? Well, Fuyumi bit her lip. Holy shit, could it be? Masaki, could you leave us be? What? But why? Masaki lashed back. Hardly a shock given the circumstances. Keep your voice down, will you? You're gonna bother the neighbors, and my head's still killing me. But Look, just go to the hospital and hand out all those souvenirs we got. I shoved the bag into Masaki's hands with a voice that emphasized I wouldn't be taking no for an answer. Trust me, I know this is a big deal for you, but this is turning out to be complicated, so complicated that it'd be for the best if you weren't around. You say so. Masaki got up, albeit clearly not entirely placated. Actually, let's leave one here. I swiftly took something out of the bag. Here, take this. I know it's a weird thing to spring on you, but hopefully you'll like it all the same. I handed Fuyumi a box of sweet sake steamed buns. Okay. I'll be going then. Masaki left with those words. Sorry about all that. I just figured you shouldn't be privy to this conversation. Not yet, anyway. No, if anything, I should be apologizing to you. Fuyumi bowed. So on what grounds do you think Masaki is wrong about Yukiko? Well, Fuyumi struggled to get anything out. Actually, before that, could you please tell me what Yukiko's blood type is? AB. AB, so that means... Wait. Ayako is... No. It means... Because, what's his face? Ayato's blood type is O, and Ayako's blood type is AB, so it couldn't have been their daughter together, right? Because she would have to have at least an O in her blood type. However, yeah, I'm following the guide here, just so we get the ending that we want. But yeah, she's clearly not his daughter. That much is for certain. But the guide says we should click that anyways, so we're gonna do that, I suppose. Even though it makes no sense. Oh, so Yukiko is Masaki's daughter. And Yukiko is Masaki's daughter, make no mistake. Are you sure about that? Fuyumi stared into my eyes. Of course. He's type O after... Right, stupid me. A type O parent couldn't possibly have a type AB child. If Masaki did have a child out there, it could only be type AO, BO, or O. Yeah, right, as we just said, right. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. So you were wrong then. Fuyumi heaved a sigh of what sounded like relief. What could it be then? All I could think was... So Yukiko isn't Masaki's daughter then? No, I suppose not. He's type O, so he couldn't have a type AB child. Besides, there's another reasonable explanation for that hair clip. It's you. You're the one who gave it to Yukiko, aren't you? Fuyumi gasped. Why do you say that? Well, I can't imagine it was from her birth mother. She'd been in that orphanage her whole life, after all. Fuyumi didn't answer. Do you remember Masaki, or rather, Ayato Hinagami? I don't know him. Fuyumi shook her head. For a moment there, I considered you might have amnesia, but I highly doubt that from the way you were acting around him a minute ago. It doesn't seem possible that neither of you recognized the other. Either, though admittedly I don't have an answer for that. Fuyumi certainly had a good reason to pretend she didn't recognize Masaki. However, the same couldn't be said for the reverse. It's only natural he doesn't recognize me. Fuyumi finally sighed with resignation. I changed a lot after I got that personality reformation. What? Huh? What's that? A medical treatment that remakes your personality, supposedly. I was told it was cutting-edge psychiatry back when I received it. Is that even possible? Sounds crazy to me. Believe me, it's quite real. I'm living proof of that, though I'm sure a part of it is because I had a very good doctor. It's that Orokushiki guy again, isn't it? Did you get it done to hide your past? No, that wasn't necessary when no one in Tokyo knew about me, about the Oracle. And why? Because I almost killed my own baby. Yikes. Fuyumi stared at her hands. I spent so much time waiting to bring her into the world, but not too long after she was born, I grabbed her by the neck, and You probably shouldn't be working in a nursery, you know, if you have those kinds of tendencies. Tears trailed down her cheeks. I thought I was back at that night with Satsuki all over again. I even strangled her in the exact same way. Then you really were the one who murdered Satsuki, weren't you, Ayako? Dun dun dun. Yes, I know anything I say will just be an excuse, but yes, I did indeed kill her. Now Masaki's story made sense. That explained why Saya Shigusa had denied murdering Satsuki too. But why? I had to ask, even though I was fully aware this would only steer us off topic. Like I told you, it would only be an excuse. Fuyumi shook her head. Still, I need to know, please. It all started with the jealousy of a selfish girl who didn't know her place. Me. What were you jealous of, Satsuki? Yes, she was born with everything in her lap, and was promised the power to rule over the whole settlement as the Oracle. She wasn't free. The same went for me. I was born only to be the Oracle's shadow, and was raised to fulfill that role day after day after day. And amid all that, there was only one thing I wished for. Fuyumi raised her tear-strained face. Mr. Tokiyasaka, is it a sin to want to be with the one you love? Please tell me. No, it's not. Sometimes the things people do to make that dream a reality are. And that makes me a sinner. You see, I tricked Satsuki. I changed the date she and him were supposed to meet, and went to see him in her place, with her none the wiser. Ah, I see. I see. So, they did originally plan to meet on the day of the festival, and then they moved it forward a couple of days, and that was her doing it then. That was back when you were living as her body double, right? I don't know if you could go so far as to call that a sin, though. Sure, it probably was one as far as society was concerned. Yet I couldn't bring myself to condemn her, though maybe that was just because it had no bearing on me whatsoever. But it was a different story in the eyes of the wronged. And that led you to murder Satsuki? No, wait, she was the one who tried killing you, wasn't she? Yes, when she started choking me, I completely lost myself. I just remember thinking that I was getting what I deserved, but when it came to my senses, there I was, strangling her. Fuyumi buried her face in her hands. Killed her, because despite everything, I didn't want to die. I couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. But if she was, then what she did would probably constitute self-defense. That being said, the statute of limitations had long since expired on this homicide as well. Not that saying as much would make her feel any better. Your crime is a thing of the past. At any rate, Kensei helped you escape to Tokyo afterward, didn't he? Yes, he and Mia were both very good to me. They were the only ones who saw me as my own person. That's why we also got like this, why we sort of Saya as acting weird towards Satsuki, because apparently she was rough to her, but not so rough to Satsuki. Saya was your mother, right? What about her? Never considered her my mother, just as she never considered me her daughter. No, it was Satsuki she gave all her love to. Regardless, I still clung to Ayako, the name she gave me. After all, that was the only thing in the world that was mine and mine alone. I even went so far as to carve that name on the inside of a large chest, because it was the only place that ever granted me solace. Had Saya ever actually loved Satsuki though? When considering the plan to make Ayako a body double, and what she did with Rika's body, I imagined that Rika was the only one she truly loved. So it was no wonder she doted so much on Satsuki, a living, breathing memento of Rika. And in exchange, she gave her actual daughter the name Ayako, modeled off the name Rika wanted to give her firstborn son. Though I would never know how Saya truly felt, I could imagine her mind had been quite the complicated piece of work. After I got to Tokyo, I had a baby girl with the help of an obstetrician. I knew from the moment I saw her that she was the daughter of Ayato, the boy I loved, and yet But you didn't repeat your mistake. You stopped yourself before you sincerely loved your, because you sincerely loved your daughter. Because you truly were a mother at heart. And in the end, you didn't kill her, did you? No, but I believed I would end up killing her for real someday if I kept her. Which was why I gave her to an orphanage. Afterward, that obstetrician did everything in his power to ensure I'd never do anything like that ever again. That was when he reformed my personality. Well, couldn't have been Rokushiki then, right? He was never an obstetrician as far as we know, at least. Wait, what? You mean the doctor who helped you give birth was also responsible for your personality reform? Yes, apparently psychiatry had always been his main trade, but he knew his way around a whole lot of other fields and was of great assistance to people living incognito like me. Okay, so it was him after all. In fact, he was also the one who helped me get a forged family register under the name Kayahara. Sounds like one hell of a guy, that's for sure. Fortunately, I knew only one man who ticked all those boxes. But I heard he was arrested last year. No, the year before that. Makoto Rokushiki. Yes, that's right. I wouldn't be anywhere today without him. It almost makes him sound like a good guy, but, you know. So she doesn't know. She had no idea about his true face. Well, whatever, that wasn't relevant at the moment. Nor was there any need to tell her. Anyway, what became of your daughter after you gave her to... Yumi shook her head before I could even finish. I don't know. All Dr. Rokushiki told me was that she'd given her to the White Lily Gun, of course. Where else? So... it's probably either Michiru or Kuhane, right? One of the two. By the time I was cured and started life anew as Fuyumi Kayahara, by the time I was ready to raise a daughter, her trail had gone cold. Because the White Lily Garden went under? Right. So when a blessed congregation encouraged me to adopt Yukiko, part of me hoped that I'd been given a second chance. But then it turned out Yukiko wasn't your kid with Masaki after all. No, but she's still my daughter at the end of the day. Besides, I lost all right to be Satsuki's mother. But from the moment I gave her up... Oh, she's also called Satsuki? So you gave her the same name, huh? Never out loud, no. Not even Dr. Rokushiki knew. Fuyumi hung her head. White Lily Garden had shut down after most of its occupants perished in a group suicide. And behind all of that had been Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' illegal clinical trials. That's kind of ironic then, huh? That even in that orphanage in Tokyo, all the way down away from Toyama, they still kind of had an effect on her and her family. I just prayed Satsuki hadn't gone tangled up in either. That being said, though, I certainly didn't recall seeing that name when Yaginuma showed me the White Lily Garden's roster a while back. Perhaps that list merits another look.
一つ
Can I ask you something?
よろしいですか?
What is it?
今そのさつきさんが見つかったら
If you were to reunite with Satsuki, what would you do? I don't know. Yumi feebly shook her head. In all honesty, I'm scared I might try to kill her. I know it's been a long time, but there's no guarantee that impulse won't strike me again after all. Fuyumi's hands shivered. Besides, I'm sure she must hate me for abandoning her before she was even old enough to have a say in the matter.
あなたはこれまでに
You've done a fine job raising Yukiko. There's even proof of that right here, see?
ここにあります
I indicated the bag of bills sitting next to me,
だから
so I think your fears are unfounded.
と思いますよ
You really believe that? Fuyumi still didn't sound sure of herself. Only reasonable, I supposed.
今ここでお話しした内容
I
は
won't tell any of this to Masaki, to Ayato.
綾人君に伝えることはありません
Huh?
落ち着いてから
Please tell him yourself once you finally have the room to breathe again. I figured this day would come, but not quite so soon. Fuyumi covered her eyes.
今までずっと言えずに
You knew it was him all along, which is why you couldn't bring it yourself to tell him, right? Right, but I'd like to apologize to everyone as soon as possible. So I ended up comforting Fuyumi, Ayako, until she finally had no more tears left to shed. Damn, okay. Alright, so... I mean, it could be either of the two, but I don't know. I have my suspicion. He'd been there so often that he saw familiar faces practically around every corner. I wasn't even getting into how he also had 3 acquaintances staying there at the very moment. But first, he stopped by the reception desk, figuring he should reward the nurses for all their help.
すみません。沢城さんはいますか？
Excuse me, Sawashiro here.
沢城さんでしたらしばらくお休みをいただ
Nurse Sawashiro, sorry, I'm afraid she's been off work the last couple of days.
そうでした。
Say, please take this.
こ
It's
ちら
for everyone on the
皆さん
staff.
召し上がってください。
Masaki set the box of fried red bean cakes on the counter.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much. Alright, now that that's settled, I should give the next one to someone staying here. But where to begin? I mean... I guess he did have a little bit of contact with Michiru, but, I don't know. I mean, he met Tori only briefly in the classroom. Well, you know, when that whole thing between her and Yukiko happened. Michiru, maybe. Maybe we could give it to her, but, what does the guide say? Kyoko. Okay, Kyoko it is then. Masaki strolled around until he reached a door labeled Kyoko Hazuki. Come in.
失礼します。
Pardon me.
あら
Oh, you're by yourself? There in the bed sat Kyoko.
ええ。時坂
Yes,
さん
Mr. Tokisaka was busy, so I'm here to pay everyone a visit and give them gifts.
お土産を持ってきたんです。
そう
Oh my, thank you so much for going to all the trouble. Masaki procured a box of sponge cake from his bag and handed it over to Kyoko.
これって時坂君
Hehe, Tokisaka picked this out, didn't
う
he?
ん、そうですけど。
Well, yes, but why do you ask?
お土産
That man, I swear.
自分の好きなもの
And here I thought he had enough sense to buy people what they liked instead of his own favorites.
時坂さん。
Hold on, you mean he likes sponge cake?
そう
That he does. Certainly doesn't look the type, does he?
ないでしょ
Funny thing is, he likes the sponge cake on the sweet side, even though he takes his coffee black. Huh.
だから
That's why I make sure to always bake my sponge cakes with plenty of brown sugar. He said he likes when he finds it all hardened at the bottom. I see. Masaki could do nothing but nod.
男二人でどこに
So you boys spent some quality time together this week, huh? Where'd you go?
富山です。先月
So yeah, I'm at the place we were just last month.
そう
Same.
お
And did
仕
the
事はうまくいった
work pan out alright?
ええ。
Yeah, more or less. Figured he didn't need to get into how he'd actually been there to say his goodbyes to his grandfather.
そうだ。時坂君が
Oh, by the way, I was going to tell Tokisaka when he stopped by next, but Yukari and Yukiko came to visit yesterday.
そうだったんで
Is
す
that
か
alright? Yes, Yukiko looked a little sick though. Please tell Tokisaka to keep a close eye on her the next time you see him, alright?
今でしたらゆかりさんと一緒に
Certainly, but I think she'll be alright. She's in good hands with Yukari. Maybe you're right. Listen, I hate to ask, but while I'm at it, please make sure Tokisaka doesn't push himself, alright?
あの人は
I doubt you ever have to worry about him. True. Kyoko nodded. Masaki left the room. Where to now? Oh, Mr. Masaki. However, Koharu hailed Masaki before he could plan out his next stop.
山之内先生
It's a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Yamanouchi.
お見舞いですか
Likewise, are you here to visit someone?
ええ
Oh yes, so that reminds me, can you tell me where Shirasaki's room is?
それでしたら
Suppose I could, but
聞かれてはいかが
why don't you just ask her yourself? Koharu glanced to the side. Huh? Michiro was snoozing away on the nearby bench.
こんなところで眠っていると風邪
Actually, I was about to tell her she'll catch a cold sleeping out here. Koharu heaved a weary sigh.
病室へ
Could you take her to her room?
はあそれ
Sure.
は構いませ
I
ん
don't see why not.
昨日も
Oh, but do be careful around her. She had a little episode yesterday, you see.
何かあったんですか
What happened?
ええ
Well, I'm afraid we're not entirely sure. We know. We know for sure, almost certain. Koharu shook her
わ
head.
かりました
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
よろしくお願いします
Thank you so much. Masaki gingerly jostled Michiro once Koharu was gone. Alright, I opened.
起きろみちる
Wake up, Michiro. Michiro drowsily met Masaki's gaze.
おやすみ
Night.
寝るな
No, my watch it isn't. Masaki lifted Michiro. Ugh.
お土産持ってきた
Come
から
on,
起き
wake
ろ
up. I brought you a present.
お土産
Present? Michiro practically bounced to her feet in response.
現金なやつだな
A modern Scrooge, huh?
お土産
Scrooge? My friend's a duck. That's not what they're saying at all, but okay.
そんなわけないだろ
Seriously, I hope you're joking. Masaki handed Michiro her gift.
まんじゅうだけど食べ
Here,
ら
I
れ
got
る
you some steamed buns. Do you like those?
あんこは苦手
Not a fan of the sweet bean paste they put in them. She said that, yet still studied the box curiously despite her admitted distaste for the contents.
うさぎまんじゅう
Rabbit buns?
うさぎの形をしている
That's
みたい
right. I got them because you are always carrying a stuffed one around. Michiro opened the box and stared at the rows of steamed buns.
おお
Wow. The hard eyes. Michiro made such an overawed display that one would think she'd discovered the lost city of Atlantis.
かわいいから
Not gonna eat them, too cute. However, she just as quickly shook her
で
head.
もあんこじゃないのもあるぞ
Some of them don't have bean paste for filling, though. Masaki pointed to a green one.
何味
What flavor?
ずんだが入ってるみたいだな
Boiled soybeans, apparently. They were a Sendai speciality, though, so we had no idea what they'd been doing in a Toyama shop.
ずんだも苦手
Ugh, gross.
なんならいいんだ
What do you like, then?
サンマ
Mackerel?
まんじゅうの中には入ら
Can't
ない
put that in steamed buns.
じゃあ水
Water?
余計まんじゅうに入れる
That's
のは
even
難しい
harder. Masaki picked up a rabbit bun.
あ
Hey,
うん
the bean paste isn't actually all that sweet, so maybe you'll actually
食べられ
like
るん
them.
じゃないか
Ugh. Michiro glared at him like a witch ready to curse him and his descendants for all eternity.
いや
I'm sorry, I ate one without your permission. I mean, they are yours.
残酷
Bastard.
残酷だったな
Bastard? Isn't that a little harsh? It's only food.
鬼悪魔
fiend, devil, philanderer.
最後のは違うよな。
You do realize that one of those things is not like the others, right?
わからない
Nope, dunno.
部屋に戻ろうか。
Let's just get you back to your room. You'd almost forgotten Koharu had asked that of him.
つけこまし
Philanderer?
違うって。
Is that what you honestly think of me? Okay. She's an odd one, but she's kind of grown on me over the course of this story. You know, she's a little bit like that other one in the first game. Oh, what was her face again? I forgot what her name was, but the blonde girl that worked at the art museum. Ah, Stella, that was her name, right. I remember now. Michiru ended up leading Masaki to her room, situated at the edge of the inpatient wing. Once inside, she started lining the steamed buns atop her desk.
食べ物をおもちゃにしちゃダメだぞ。
Hey, you shouldn't play with your food.
食べるのもったいない
It'd be a waste to eat them.
カビが生えても知らな
If
い
you
ぞ。
say so, just don't blame me when they get all moldy.
カビ毛
Mold?
が生えたら
They
もっと
might
可
be
愛い
even
かも
cuter with hair.
勘弁してください。
Please, none of that, I beg you. It was then that Masaki noticed a wilted flower on the desk.
この花は
Oh, what's this flower?
昨日ゆきこちゃんにもらった
Yukiko gave it to me yesterday.
ユキコ
You mean Yukiko? Masaki had a sneaking suspicion that was what triggered her episode. Still, he knew he couldn't ask her about it, curious as he was. Ah, yeah, because Masaki, of course, knows that they were at the same orphanage. Come to think of it, she once mentioned Yukio, didn't she? And I suppose it isn't all that surprising. She would know Yukiko too.
ユキコさんとは知り合いだったのか。
So you used to know Yukiko then?
うん
Michiru simply nodded.
見えなくなったものを
Once something can no
最
longer
初
be
から
seen
見えなか
anymore,
ったことにしちゃった
she makes it so that she never saw it to begin with.
それは
What is that? Masaki stopped himself. He knew he couldn't press her any further. However, it sounded like he'd have to look deeper into Michiru, Yukiko, Kohane, and Yukio. And apart from Michiru, there was only one other who knew the story behind them.
何
What's wrong? Michiru cocked her head, studying Masaki's face.
いや
Oh, nothing.
なんでもない。
Nothing at all. Masaki tousled her hair.
そう
I say,
そろそろ行くよ。
have to be
きちん
going
と
now.
まんじゅうは食べるんだ
Oh,
よ
and make sure you actually eat those. Masaki left the room after seeing her nod. Masaki made a beeline for the MPD after leaving the hospital. There was someone there who knew about Michiru's past, about the trauma that had taken root deep in her psyche. However, he didn't know if he could meet with him, much less hold an actual conversation with him. Ah, okay, he's gonna talk directly with Orokushiki, huh?
なんだ戻ってきた
Oh, look who's back. Fortunately, Yaginuma was still at the same spot in CAD Section 1 Masaki had left him that morning.
柳沼さん六式誠に面会
I
さ
have a
せてくだ
favor
さい
to ask, Mr. Yaginuma. Please allow me to see Makoto Orokushiki. Masaki wasted no time getting down to business.
許可する理由がないな
And why, pray tell, should I permit that? However, Yaginuma simply shrugged.
元警察官でもある先
It
輩
would be
ならば
one
とも
thing if it were your boss, seeing as how he is a former police officer, but you're nothing more than a former suspect.
ですがこれは必要なことなんで
This is really important.
何に必
For
要
what
な理由だ
exactly? The case is all but wrapped up, your family business is under investigation, and I doubt it will be long before we discover evidence of their illegal clinical trials.
すでに感動された身で
That
す
has nothing to do with my father's company, besides, I've already been disinherited.
では何を聞くつもり
Then what is this about? Yaginuma raised an eyebrow.
彼が治療した患者について
Concerns a patient he once treated.
君自身のことじゃない
Yourself?
違います
No, asking him about me wouldn't help anyone at this point.
それについて彼に聞き
Then
出して
tell me, what do I get out of letting you see him?
それは
He'll get someone he'll actually talk to. He's never opened up to the police, correct? Though that said, there was no guarantee Orokushiki would be just as chatty as last time, or even utter a syllable.
まあいいだろう。
Suppose I could do you this favor. Yaginuma got up.
3番取り調べ室で
Wait in
待って
interrogation room number 3.
わかりました。
Alright. Masaki sat by himself in the interrogation room. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought he was the one being questioned. Much like he had been for what felt like days on end just last month. That made his current position all the more ambiguous when taking that into consideration. Just then the door opened, revealing Makoto Rokushiki. The police officer escorting him sat him across from Masaki, then untied the rope around his waist.
手錠はこのままかね。
What about the handcuffs, Rokushiki raised his hands. The officer ignored him and left the room.
お久しぶりですね。
It's been quite a long time, hasn't it, Masaki?
前に会ったのはほんの
Just
10
saw
日
each
前
other
です
10 days ago.
あ、そうで
That's
した
so. Do forgive me, I find it difficult to keep an accurate grasp of time without a conversation partner to whittle away the days. Rokushiki shrugged. I feel like this guy has a pretty strong presence, even though he's like in the role of a prisoner. So it's kind of believable, you know, that he had that much influence over, well, all sorts of people, really.
さて
So tell me, what brings you here on this
今日は
fine
何を
day?
聞きに来たのですか。先日の続き
Michiro Shirosaki. Back to finish what we started the last time we spoke. My. Rokushiki set his elbows on the table and folded his hands in front of his mouth.
あなたの治療は全てを患者に語らせる
Treatment begins once your patients have confided everything to you, or at least that's how it was in my
あな
case,
たは
which is why you should know them in and out better than anyone else.
確かに
My treatment of her did indeed commence in a similar fashion, I suppose. Is that why you're here to inquire about?
そのつもりです。
Exactly. I want to know what she saw.
何を見てしまったのか。それは
I'm afraid I cannot answer that question. Doing so would violate doctor-patient confidentiality, you see.
何を今更
You honestly still fancy yourself a doctor? Masaki rose to his feet.
自分は彼女の
Want
苦
to
しみ
free
を
her
取り
from
除
her
きたいんです。
suffering,
今
something
のあなたには決して
you
でき
can
ないこ
never
とです。
do.
それは
How
それ
touching.
頑張ってくだ
Best
さい
of luck to you.
ふざけるな
Don't give me this bullshit. Masaki raised his fist.
やめておけ、まさき。
Got it out, Masaki. But froze up upon hearing the voice behind him.
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka.
そいつを殴ったところで。
Punching him isn't gonna solve crap. But it would make him feel better, right? Masaki lowered his fist after Reiji grabbed his arm.
痛めつけて証言が得られる
The
ような
guy
や
wouldn't
つであ
still
れば
be in here if a little pain was all it took to break him. He's someone who's gotten even the most grizzled of inspectors to bang their heads into their desks. Rokushiki merely raised an eyebrow in response.
こいつから話を聞き出すのならば、
You've
こ
got
ちらである程度
you've
の
got to
正
already
解を
have
用意
some
しておか
stuff
なけれ
figured
ば
out on your own to make him sing.
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka, what are you doing here?
戻ってきたら
I heard you were having a chat with
お前がこいつに
this guy when I
弁解
dropped
して
by. Reiji pointed at the Rokushiki.
お前の中で判明し
So
てい
put
ることを
together what
整
you've
理して
already worked out and play your hand. That should get him talking.
うまくいけば
So as
話
long
してくれるだろう
as you're on the right track, that is.
わかりました
Alright. Masaki faced Rokushiki.
彼女が
Michiro clawed her eye out because
その目の前で雪
she
をさん
saw
が
Yukio
殺され
get
た
murdered right in front of her.
雪をとは
Yukio? Who's that?
彼女の友人
A friend, Yukiko's brother.
うん
Hmm.
まあ
Suppose you pass. Rokushiki nodded.
雪をさんが殺さ
Michiro
れたのは
gouged out her eye upon seeing that she was subsequently hospitalized.
彼女は入院
Thus
して
had no part in the
その
group
起こった
suicide that
集団
took
自殺
place
に関わってい
later.
ませんでしたしかし
However,
雪尾さん
Yukio's
は
name
集団
was
自
on the
殺者の
list
リ
of
ストに
suicide
含まれています
victims. That's because... Okay. Must have been covered up then. Maybe Yukiko was on some kind of medication already that back then. Yeah. I don't think it was this one, honestly. So I guess we're gonna go with the murder was covered up, probably. Let's save here. So you know, the guide says here was killed in front of her eyes. So this is a little bit different, but I guess I'm gonna go with that then. The orphanage wanted to cover up Yukio's murder. They were already abusing the orphans, so they likely figured the fewer skeletons in their closet, the better. Sounds plausible. Reiji nodded. But that still leaves us with the question of whether there ever really was a group suicide to begin with. Given the cause of death was poison, it's entirely possible they were instead murdered. Cover up the illegal clinical trials, you mean? It'd be pretty efficient, sick as it is to say. What better way to hide their horrific side effects of your illegal experiments than to kill off everyone they affected? Many in their shoes would have likely done the same. Michiru was suffering from drug toxicity issues when she was admitted into the hospital, wasn't she? Reiji directed the questions back to Rokoshiki. I'd say she was lucky. Like hell. She wouldn't even be there if she were. Reiji glared at Rokoshiki. Damn, look at that face. It looks like a real evil SOB. Oh, but she was. They didn't just overdose her with no regard for the consequences. She was already broken before any of that. What do you mean? I mean that the medicine wouldn't have affected anyone of sound mind. Perhaps she was traumatized by her parents abandoning her. But you couldn't possibly call that lucky by any stretch of the imagination. At any rate, Yukio's death had nothing to do with the group suicide, which of course raises the question of who killed him. Who do you think it was? Well, it's gotta be someone we know. Well, sure, I guess. Someone you already know, in all likelihood. Who, please, by all means, do share with us. I mean, I would almost certainly say... I would almost certainly pick Yukiko here. But in order to get to the ending we want to, we have to pick something wrong, apparently. It says here. We're gonna see the right outcome of it at a different point. So, yeah, okay, I guess. If you say so. We're gonna follow that to a T then. So we would be saying Yukiko, but we're gonna pick Michiru instead. Even though it makes no sense, but that's beside the point, really. Sure. Michiru herself? Well, that's not impossible, but we've got no proof. True. Allow me to impart some information. She divulged nothing about the matter to me. Though I know not whether she didn't see the killer or simply convinced herself she never saw them. Yet, despite his claims, Rokoshiki spoke as if he knew something. How would you know about any of this if she never even told you? See, this is exactly why asking you anything is such a waste of time. Shall we call it a day then? Oh, don't get me wrong, part of me would love to do just that, but we still need more from you. Oh, well, do go on then. Tell me about personality reformation treatment. I hear you performed that either during or after the war. Well, I admit I did dabble in many different experiments back in those days, but never would I have expected you to express an interest in it. Could you fill me in on the details? The finer points would likely be lost on you, so I shall simply summarize the gist of it. Personality reformation is pure psychiatric treatment, nothing like a lobotomy or the like. The optimal way to eliminate a patient's aggression is to make an incision into their frontal lobe. However, that is strictly surgery, which was beyond my capabilities. And here I figured you could do just about anything. Hell, you even delivered her baby, right? Ah, I see.
なるほど
Rokushiki's eyes lit up in understanding. She came to me fearing she'd kill again, lamenting that the murder she'd committed. I must say though, this is all rather amusing. Like hell it is, you piece of shit. Reiji pounded the table. The parallels are rather uncanny, wouldn't you agree? Rokushiki pointed to Masaki despite his hands still being cuffed. After all, you too came to me lamenting the blood you'd shed, did you not? I won't deny that. Penance is not a crime or anything, however. Sounds to me like you've got it all figured out. I'll bet that you've even pieced together everything we've talked about in this room by now. I believe the same goes for you, but there are facts that are a mystery even to me, like, say, the whereabouts of one Kuchiki Toko. now he's just trying to push Reiji's buttons, I think. By the time Masaki realized what was happening, Reiji had already punched Rokushiki right in the face. Good. He deserves it.
Tokisaka-san!
Tokisaka. Masaki grabbed Reiji's arm and held him back just as he was about to throw another punch. Weren't you the one who said punching him wouldn't solve anything? God fucking damn it! Reiji spun on his heels and punched the wall. It was a byproduct of my research, so please do tell me should you ever manage to track her down. Reiji ignored Rokushiki and stormed out of the interrogation room, leaving a befuddled Masaki behind. If you'll excuse me. Masaki quickly followed suit. It was past sunset by the time I got home. Masaki had gone his own way once we reached Shinjuku Station. Not that I blamed him, my perpetual silence following the incident earlier had probably left him feeling too awkward around me. That, plus the scowl I'd been wearing ever since, of course. Of course, I knew that all I'd do was give Yukari something else to worry about if I went home looking like that. So it was with that thought in mind that I spent a few minutes cooling it off at the front door. Just knowing that Yukiko was here too made me all the more uncomfortable. Okay, let's do this. I've reviewed what Rokushiki had told me before I'd blown the gasket. By now I was thinking that it'd be best to keep Masaki away from Yukiko for the time being. At least until I did some digging on my own first. The house was empty. I went into my room and turned on the lights. First, I thought it had been 4 days since my last time here, seeing as how I'd left for Hitogata on the night of the 13th. But in second thought, I realized I'd been away from home even longer because of all the shit that had gone down beforehand. I've got some serious laundry to do. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was 7 p.m. Yukari and Yukiko were probably out shopping for dinner, though I didn't know if there had been any for me, seeing as how I hadn't told her I'd be back today. I'm not gonna have to go to bed on an empty stomach tonight, am I? Unable to free myself from that fear, I turned on the living room lights and checked the kitchen. The place was as orderly as ever. Furthermore, the rice jar was full too. Oh well, at least I have that to look forward to. Guess I should add the rice ahead of time to make my sudden disappearance up to her. I scooched the rice into a measuring cup, with that thought in mind. Wait, would Yukari really have gone shopping this late without prepping the rice first? Only to put the rice back in the jar and check Yukari's room once that finally dawned upon him. It was clean as a whistle. However, her Oba Girls Academy school bag was sitting by her desk. Meaning she'd definitely come home from school. But it was at that moment, the date on the terrible calendar pinned to a post in the living room caught my eye. January 16th. That was yesterday's date. Not once in her life had Yukari neglected to tear out calendars and the time. So in other words, shit. I grabbed my car keys. Yukari and Yukiko haven't been home since yesterday. Though I didn't have absolute proof, I was all but certain of it. But where would they go? I can't think of anything. Maybe the blessed congregation got to them and forced them back to their HQ in Kokobunji? No, that can't be. Police are all over that place. So where are they? I lunged into the car and started it up. I had no idea where to go. Still, until I found Yukari and Yukiko, I needed to search all the same. Damn. What's happening again now? Their ultimate destination had been an abandoned church in the mountains of Hachioji. Snow lingered here and there, faintly visible even in the dark of the night. It wouldn't have been odd for this place to be crawling with wild animals, yet there wasn't so much as a peep of a mouse to be heard. Cinnabar's flames kindled in a rusty coal heater. This building's glory days had certainly long since passed, yet they'd still managed to find enough coal around for by some stroke of luck. Yukari sat in a chair by the heater, warmed by a dusty blanket. Phew. Her breath came out as steam. Though they had 4 walls and a roof over their heads, that didn't change what a frigid night it was. A knife and skins of the apples they'd eaten sat next to her. Yukiko. Yukari turned toward one of the beds where her friend was curled up. Yes. Yukiko raised her head and looked at Yukari. Aren't you cold? No, I'm fine. She quietly shook her head. It's warm over here, you know. Yeah. She nodded, yet showed no signs of getting up. Yukari sighed and rose to her feet. I'll go warm these blankets for you. Okay. Yukiko made nothing but non-committal sounds. What are we even doing all the way out here? Late last night, Yukiko had brought her to this place. They got the fire going, found blankets, and went to sleep. Then after waking up, they'd spent this day surveying the area and buying some food at the base of the mountain before coming back. Yukiko hadn't explained anything in the entire time. It almost felt like even she herself didn't know why they were there. Personally, Yukari suspected Yukiko was trying to remember something. Whatever the reason, she decided to just play along. She couldn't just ignore Yukiko's suffering after all. Plus, she knew this place was very important to her friend. Yukiko claimed that this is where it all began for her. What did she mean by that? What, she said nothing else the entire time? Like, not even that this was an orphanage where she stayed at? I mean, maybe she doesn't remember. I don't know. But if she remembers the place, then surely she must remember what it means, right? Huh? Why can't I lift a finger? Why do I feel like I'm burning from head to toe? And why is my head killing me like someone whacked it with a hammer? I tried moving my left arm only to feel something in return. What is this? Are you finally awake? Huh? Dr. Yamanouchi? Kohara was standing right before me. Is this place the hospital? Didn't even notice. No, I have no clue what's going on. It was then that I saw a tube sticking out of my left arm. An IV? My suspicions were confirmed when my eyes followed the tube up to an inverted glass jar hanging at the other end. I found you collapsed in front of the hospital at the crack of dawn. You did? I didn't remember any of that. All I could recall was tearing the city apart in search of Yukari and Yukiko last night.
そうだ。
Alright. I've got to get moving. It was with that thought in mind that I tried sitting up, only for Koharu to hold me down.
いけません。
You mustn't move.
いや、ですが、
Let me go, please. I have to get going.
点滴を受けている理
You know why you need an IV?
なんとなくは。
I can guess. It's what I get for not catching up on the rest I needed for these past few days, isn't it? Meaning I'd been felled merely by fatigue, plain and simple.
分かっていらっしゃるのでしたら
Since you're aware, surely you must be adult enough to understand what you should be doing right now, correct?
そうですね。
Point taken. I eased up. No sooner had I done so than did I feel myself sinking into the feathery pillows and mattress, engulfing me like the world's most soothing hot spring. Much as I appreciated Koharu's concern, I couldn't afford to return to the land of slumber.
お家の方は留守でしたので
We called your house, but no one picked up, so we contacted Mr. Masaki at your office instead.
どうも。
Thanks. I was sure he was going to let me have it once he got here. But he was the only one I could turn to, considering I was currently bedridden and all. I'd scoured the city from top to bottom last night only to find neither hide nor hair of Yukari and Yukiko. Furthermore, I'd called the acquaintances such as Fuyumi to ask if the girls were with them, albeit subtly so as to not cause any panic, only to learn they weren't. But where else could they have gone?
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka. Koharu took my hand into her own.
山之内先生。
The Yamanuchi.
今はお休み
Please, I implore you, just get some rest right now. I can tell you're dealing with something serious,
それでも
but you still need to watch your
体
health.
をつけることが大切です
Sorry. It helped me cool off a little. However, that didn't keep the gears in my mind from racing. Door to my room opened just then, revealing Masaki.
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka.
おう。
Hey. I waved to him with as much gusto as I could muster.
一体何があったんですか
What in the world happened to you?
山之内先生。
Pardon me, but could you give us some privacy, Dr. Yamanuchi?
それは構わ
Sure, I don't mind, but please,
抜け出して
don't even
しま
think
う
about
ことさえ
sneaking out. Not like I could even if I wanted to, not in this shape anyway. Koharu saw herself out, leaving me and Masaki to ourselves.
で何があったんですか
Alright, what's going on?
ゆかりとゆきこさんが失踪した。
Yukari and Yukiko are missing. What? Why?
どうして
わからん。
Your guess is as good as mine. The house wasn't ransacked, and I don't have a single clue where they might have gone. For all I know, they could have taken a vacation to Yokohama or something.
それで一
You
晩中
spent the whole night searching, I take it?
思い当たるところは
I hit up almost everywhere that came to mind.
あとは騒ぎ
Only
になり
place
そうな
left
場所が
could get
残ってい
ugly.
た。
典型会ですか
You mean the Blessed Congregation's headquarters?
あそこ
Yeah,
は
checking
そ
them
こ
out
に
is
どう
bound
して
to
も
get
警
the
察の
cops
介入が
involved.
招いてし
それでいい
All the
じゃない
better
です
for
か
us, don't you think?
なんでいなくなっ
Why
た
the
か
hell
分か
didn't
っ
you
てす
call
ぐ
the
に通報
police
し
as
てないん
soon
で
as
す
you
か
realized they were missing? Because I'm a dumbass. Well, fair at least. At least he realizes that much. I couldn't bring myself to argue with him. Though panic had been part of it, the other reason I didn't call was because my damn pride had gotten in the way.
冬美さんにも知らせます
I'll let Fuyumi know. Thanks, I appreciate it.
俺が謝って
Tell her I'm sorry while you're at it. Oh, and, honestly, this isn't the best time to drop this news on him, but the sooner he knows, the better.
ゆきこさんはお前の娘じゃない
Yukiko isn't your daughter, just so you're aware.
そんなことは分かってま
I
す
already figured as much. Masaki left. Seriously, where in the world did the girls go? Much as I wanted to go around looking for potential witnesses that I hadn't been able to seek out last night, I was as good as paralyzed for the moment. Thus, all I could do was hope Masaki was smart enough to figure out who they were and get the job done. Wait, did it? I guess they meant where they were, no? All of a sudden, the door opened. I turned my head and spotted Michiru poking her head through the crack in the doorway.
いや
Hey. I waved to her as well.
怪我
Got hurt?
違うよ
Nah, I just collapsed, that's all.
そう
Oh. Could at least pretend to be worried, you know. Michiru walked over and sat herself on the edge of the bed.
君も倒れたんだろ
You collapsed too, right?
うん
She gave a hint of a nod.
ユキコちゃんと会ったから
Cause I saw Yukiko.
それで倒れた
Really now? Masaki had filled me in on her condition yesterday. However, I had no idea it had been triggered by an encounter with Yukiko.
見たくないものが見えそうだ
Yeah, cause I almost saw something I didn't want to see. Michiru looked right at me.
見たのかい
But you didn't see, right? She shook her head.
見なかった
No, if I had, I would have had to make it, so I never could. Michiru closed her eye.
そうはしたくないよ
Well, we wouldn't want that now, would we?
見たいものまで
Yeah, I don't want to blind myself to even the things I want to see. She shook her head.
ユキコちゃん
I heard
いなくな
Yukiko
ったって
disappeared.
聞こえた
うちの
Yeah, along with my sister Yukari. Though personally, I just think they went off somewhere together, almost like running away from home, really.
家出のようなものだと思うが
Is she gonna kill again?
殺すの
What? Did I hear that right? That question hit far harder than usual, considering she'd always used euphemisms like can no longer see. But who's going to be killed? And who'll do the killing?
そうはならないよ
It's not gonna happen. Well, I'd be worried about your sister right about now, you know. I reached out and tousled Michiru's hair.
ゆかりは殺させな
I
い
won't let Yukari die.
そして
And I won't let Yukiko kill either. That was the only interpretation I found made sense to me.
ユキオさんを
Michiru. Yukiko killed Yukio, didn't she? Michiru feebly nodded.
もう見たくない
Don't want to see it anymore.
そうだろうね
That makes two of us. Rest assured, I'm gonna go stop her so you never have to see it again.
止め
Thanks. Still, I need to find out where they were first. Gonna need to call in a favor from Yaginuma, aren't I? No, first things first. Study the tube sticking out of my left arm. Koharu's gonna give me hell if I don't wait for the IV to finish beforehand. I mean, to be fair, it's like serious business right now, so, you know. It's understandable. Masaki left the hospital and rode the Chuo line over to the Kayahara residence in Musashi Sakai. Despite the big game he talked to Reiji, he was actually nervous about telling Fuyumi what had happened. Still, she had to know. Yukiko was her daughter, after all. In all honesty, Masaki had been relieved to hear Reiji say Yukiko wasn't his daughter. Not because she disappeared, but for a far simpler reason. Having a daughter suddenly pop into his life would have overwhelmed him. He'd have had no idea how to interact with her. After all, he'd barely been able to function around his sister and the rest of the family after over a decade's dearth of association with them. So dealing with a daughter he'd never met at all would have been even more awkward. For when all was said and done, the idea that he could be a father still didn't feel real to him. Instead, Satsuki, whom he'd at least spent a few months with, felt closer to his heart. However, he admittedly had no clue how many times he'd actually met that Satsuki, that was to say Ayako. While they had indeed slept together, he still couldn't tell the difference between her and Satsuki. Besides, it was much too late to tell them apart in his memories after all this time. It was all simply too far behind in the past. Masaki rang the Kayahara doorbell. He subsequently heard shuffling from inside, followed by the door bursting open.
Yukiko!
Yukiko. Masaki instinctively caught Fuyumi when she lunged right for him. Oh, sorry about that.
いえこちらこそ
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing here. You let her go.
あの
Fuyumi started to say something, but just as quickly stopped herself.
何のご用件でしょ
What are you doing here?
すみません
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Yukiko and Yukari are missing.
Eh?
What? Those words didn't seem to register with Fuyumi for a moment. However, she quickly came to her senses and seized Masaki's collar.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean they're missing?
申し訳あり
I'm
ません。
so sorry. All Masaki could do was apologize.
お上がりください。
Please come in. Fuyumi let Masaki go and opened the door for him.
お話は
Let's take this inside.
失礼します。
Thank you.
一体
So what happened
何があったんですか？
exactly?
まだわかり
We're
ません。
still not sure. Masaki shook his head.
一昨日の夜から
It appears they've been gone since the night of the 16th. Neither I nor Mr. Tokisaka have any idea whether they were abducted or went somewhere all by themselves.
誘拐
Abducted?
そんな起こらないよう
So the
預かって
whole
くださって
reason you
いたので
guys
はあ
were
りません
keeping
か？
her at Tokisaka's house was so that wouldn't happen.
その通りです。
Yes, and all I can say to that is that I'm sorry. I mean, to be fair, they're still young girls, so if a group of adults showed up, what would they do about that, right? Masaki hung his head in shame.
やはり
Although if Ayumu were with them, she would probably kick their ass, so... The blessed congregation is behind this, aren't they?
誘拐であれば典型会が関わっていることは
Almost
間違い
certainly,
ないと思い
assuming
ます。
this was a kidnapping, that is.
巫女ですか？しかし
All comes back to the oracle, huh? But why? The blessed congregation's leaders are both dead.
まだ残された人間がいるかもしれま
Perhaps
せん。
their leadership isn't as defunct as we'd thought.
そんな
No, you can't be serious.
ですが、
However,
失
Mr.
踪の可能
Tokisaka
性も
thinks
時坂さんは
it's
指摘
just
して
as
いま
likely
した
they weren't kidnapped.
どういうこと
Why
です
is
か？
that?
時坂さんの
Well, he
話は
said that his house hadn't been ransacked and that the girls appeared to have taken the things with them.
でもそうだとしても
But if that's true, then where could they possibly be?
何か
I
心
was
当たり
hoping
はあり
you
ま
could
せんか？
help with that, actually. Is there anywhere that comes to mind?
そう言われても
I don't know what to tell you. Fuyumi brought her finger to her chin in contemplation.
最近あの子はずっと典型会
She
に
spent so much time with the blessed congregation lately that I'm drawing a blank.
失礼ですが、
I say, pardon me, but would you mind showing me to Yukiko's room then?
それは
Huh? But
あり
okay,
ました。
let's try it this way.
こちら
Fuyumi led Masaki to a room further in. Said room was very neat and orderly.
典型会
She cleaned this place up before the blessed congregation took her away.
そうなると手が
So
か
in
りになる
other
ような
words, she may have
もの
thrown
が
away
処
any
分されている
potential
可能性もあります
clues.
そうですね。
I'm afraid so, still, please have a look around all the
お
same.
調べください。
すみません。
Alright. Masaki scanned the room and got down to business. Yeah, let's get down to business. Not to defeat the Huns, but to check this room. I know about Gold's Academy uniform hung from the wall.
持っている制服は一
Is
着
that
だけ
her
です
only uniform?
いえ
No, I
着は
think she's
着て
got
いると思
another.
います
Simply learning that had already made the investigation worth it. Would be easier to find her if she was walking around in her uniform. Okay, what else? There was a large bed by the wall. Masaki rolled back the sheets but found nothing sketchy. Okay. Now, what else do we have here? A row of books spanned across the desk. Feels like it would take awfully long to examine all of these. Should I look through them or not? Sure, I guess. Masaki retrieved the leftmost book and skimmed through its
冬
contents.
美さんもお願いします。何か手がかりがあるかも
Please
しれ
lend
ま
me
せ
a
ん。
hand here, Fuyumi. There may be a clue in one of these.
うん
Okay. The two worked together to investigate the books. Unfortunately, none of them yielded so much as a single clue. Well, that was, not so useful in that case. Side were pencils, paintbrushes, and a painting knife.
ユキコが絵を描くようになったのは
Yukiko only started painting about a month ago. Fuyumi picked up a paintbrush.
授業で使って
What to
いる
say,
もの
though?
はあまり
They
質の
look
良い
pretty
ものでは
cheap,
ない
don't they? Guess the school isn't really one for quality.
質はあまり関係ありませんよ。
The quality of the brush itself isn't all that important. Masaki took the paintbrush from Fuyumi.
重要なのは
What matters most is keeping it clean.
絵の具が残った
Neglect
まま
that
で
and you'll
乾いてし
just have a useless
もう
brush
その
with
筆は使え
bristles
なくなって
hardened
しまいますから。
from unwashed paint. was some red paint smeared across the base of the brush.
このくらいであれば問題はないと思いますが。
A little stain like this shouldn't pose much of a problem, though. Masaki put the paintbrush back. On the other hand, the painting knife had been cleaned immaculately. Doesn't look like there are any clues here. Better check somewhere else. Okay, where else can we click here? We click that. Masaki opened the desk drawer. Inside was a notebook and a pencil sharpening knife. The notebook was full of mathematical formulas, meaning it was probably one Yukiko used for school. Meanwhile, the knife was just an ordinary pocket knife. Oh, what's this? A yellow cloth was sticking out from under the notebook.
リボンかし
A
ら
ribbon, I think. Yumi grabbed it and looked it over.
ユキコさんが身につけていた
Is it
ものですか。
Yukiko's?
つけているのを見たことはないけど
If so, I've never seen her wearing it.
確かなよ
It's definitely been used, though. Yumi ran her fingers across a wrinkled part that had clearly been used to tie a knot.
見た覚えはあるのだけど
Looks familiar, but I don't remember her ever wearing it.
いずれにせよ
Whatever the
今は関係
case,
ないことです
I think it's safe to say it's irrelevant to her disappearance. You'd be better off checking elsewhere. Well, you know, it is easy to wager a guess here who that belongs to.
これは
What's this? Masaki retrieved a journal from a desk drawer.
ユキコが日記などを
I
書い
think
ていた
that's
手帳
Yukiko's
だったん
diary.
です
中を見ましたか。
Have you ever read it?
いいえ
No, I never could work up the guts. Yumi shook her head.
後で確認し
I'll
ましょう。
check it later. There was still more to investigate at the moment, after all. Alright, is there anything else we haven't checked yet? Oh, that's the bed. We already figured out there's nothing there. Check the uniform. What about the pillow? Is that different? No, not really. Okay. We have the books, we have the pencils, we have the drawers. That's probably it then, I guess. Well, we can always redo it if we missed something crucial.
このくらいにしておきまし
I
ょう。
think we should leave it at this. Masaki suspected he'd be searching this room forever if he continued scouring every nook and cranny.
では
Would it be alright with you if I read your daughter's diary?
手がかりとなりそうなものはこれしか
Go ahead, that's about the only thing I can think of that might help us. Masaki flipped through the diary after Fuyumi gave him a little nod. I had a dream. A dream where I murdered another version of myself. In it, I pushed myself off an overpass onto some train tracks. A train zoomed by and tore my body to shreds, all while I watched it happen from above. I also noticed my pinky nail was long. That's a charm to make your wish come true. What did I wish for back then? What the hell is this? Fuyumi gasped.
夢の記録。
Looks like a dream diary. However, Masaki remained
ま
cool.
だ先があります。
There's more. I've been feeling a lot better since the doctor gave me that medicine. Thanks to that, I can actually sleep at night. However, strange things have been happening from time to time in exchange. I know most of them are dreams, but they're clearly my lost memories. Truth to be told, I would have rather they stayed forgotten. In them I heard many people I loved. I did so because I wanted to become one with them. I know hurting them does nothing to help. Still, there isn't anything I can do about it. I wanted to stand in their shoes. No, I needed to, for they were far more blessed than me. And yet, they aren't a part of me. That's why I've decided to make them one with me and become my true self. Damn, Yukiko is, she's lost it, huh? But we already gathered as much ourselves. Fuyumi fell backward when she saw what her daughter had written.
冬美さん。
Fuyumi. Masaki frantically caught her.
どうして
Why? Fuyumi sounded dazed.
どうしてあの子が
Why is she...
冬美さん、しっかり。
Hang in there, Yumi held a hand out to Masaki.
ユキコは
Yukiko's with Yukari, right? Yes, probably anyway.
あの子に私と同じ鉄を踏ませて
Can't let her make the same mistake as me. Fuyumi closed the diary.
あの子が自発的に行方を
If
くらました
Yukiko
ならば
disappeared of her own accord,
ゆかりさんを
then she must be
取り込もう
trying
としてい
to
る
absorb Yukari.
え
What?
おかしい
Crazy,
わ
isn't
ね
it? Why is that the only aspect we share when we're not even
どうしてそういう
blood?
ところだけは似ちゃうのかしら
Fuyumi seemed to be mocking herself.
あの子に私と同じ運命を歩
I
ませて
can't
も
allow
ら
her
え
to
ないわ
go down the same path I did. Please, you have to take me to her, Ito.
さつき
Satsuki. That name came straight to his lips. He knew that wasn't her actual name, but he'd never called her by any other.
一旦朽木病院へ行きましょう
Let's get straight to Kuchigi Hospital so we can help plan out our next move with Mr. Tokisaka.
綾子さん
Ayako. Okay. That's weird. With them acting like nothing happened after all this time. Yeah, they're talking like old friends in a way, although I guess a situation like that would bring people closer together, I assume. I found the hospital's public phone and dialed up Yaginuma as soon as the IV finished. The remnants of the blessed congregations are behaving themselves. My men have been keeping a close eye on their leadership, but have yet to take any particularly overt action.
国分寺の本部に動きは
What about their headquarters? Anything fishy go down there? There have been no sightings of any girls being escorted inside against their wishes, no. Thus I believe the blessed congregation is innocent in this affair.
根拠はあるのか
How can you be so sure? Well, to be perfectly frank, I suspect you may be harboring her, since it was only yesterday I expressed the desire to speak with her, sir.
バカを言うな
Don't be ridiculous. I'd have to be punch drunk to ring you up if I'm supposed to be sheltering her. Or perhaps you called to don an air of innocence in this matter.
とにかく捜索
Just look for them, okay? But of course, as you wish, sir. Oh, speaking of which, do you recall those two hooligans we arrested a few days back? Well, they just confessed to having once kidnapped the patient from that hospital. What? However, they also testified that they quickly realized they had the wrong girl and promptly returned her. Apparently, their actual target was Yukiko Kayahara.
彼女を拉致しようとした理由は
Sounds like they were trying to bring her in to be the Oracle of Revelations, huh? Indeed. Though it remains a mystery as to why this patient ended up the victim of mistaken identity.
境遇が似ていたとか理由がある
Probably because the two girls had nearly identical backgrounds. And look into it if you want. Be my guest, provided you ensure not to leave a single detail out of your report, of course.
分かってるよ
No need to tell me twice. I hung up. So Michida's abduction was a mistake. The girl in question was sitting on a bench right next to me.
どうしたの
Something wrong?
いや
Nah, it's nothing. Michiru had said she'd made a promise to someone. That explained why she'd refused to talk about the incident. If there was anyone at the blessed congregation who would be linked to the kidnapping, it would have to be someone like Uribe or Tsugi. But both were dead, so there'd be no questioning them, unfortunately.
時坂さん
Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. It was then that I saw Masaki and Fuyumi approaching from the entrance.
もう動いてもいいんですか
Are you certain you should be up and about already?
電話していただ
I
けだ
just stepped out to make a phone call, that's all.
勝手に出かけたら小春ちゃんに教えて
Koharu-chan's gonna ride you hard for sneaking out. She knows all about it. She wasn't wrong, but by God, could that sentence be so easily misinterpreted? And I doubted that was by accident either.
冬美さん
But Yumi,
ゆきこさんを
can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am for failing to keep Yukiko safe. Practically prostrated myself before Fuyumi.
いえ
Don't apologize,
あ
really.
の子が自分で出て行ったか
I
ら
heard she might have run away, in which case I should be sorry for getting Yukari mixed up in all
巻
this.
き込んでしまったことは私が謝らなくてはなりません
Fuyumi bowed as well.
それこそ
That's not your
あ
fault.
なたが謝る必要はないことです
いいえ
Please, let me take the blame from this one. I'm the one who failed as a parent, make no mistake. She hung her head, shaking like a leaf all the while. Let's just focus on getting the girls back. I set my hands on Fuyumi's shoulders, snapping her out of her stupor. Yes, you're right. Fuyumi nodded. Wait, please hold on a minute, both of you. There's something I have to check first. Masaki suddenly cut in. Sup? Mr. Tokisaka, do you recognize this? And we know it belongs to, don't we? Masaki produced a long strip of yellow cloth. I did indeed. Why does he... Where'd he get that? Found it in Yukiko's room along with this. With that, Masaki presented me with some of sort of metallic spatula. I remembered Yukari once holding something much like it. They use those for oil paintings, right? Yes, it's called a painting knife, though its name is somewhat of a misnomer since it doesn't have a blade. However, while it may just be a thin metal tool, it's still enough to stab someone. What are you getting at? Deep down, I'd already figured out where this is going. Regardless, I asked him all the same. I believe Yukiko stabbed Miss Hazuki with this. Got any proof? My response was rather terse, to say the least. Just these. However, Yukiko also has a diary that hints as much, so it'd be simplest to ask the victim ourselves. But... should we really be doing that? Please, let me apologize to Hazuki. Fuyumi bowed again. Know what you said, but this is still my responsibility. If you insist. I decided to take them to Kyoko's room. Once there, I knocked on the door a few times. Come in. Oh, what brings you all here? Kyoko looked at us and smiled. Hey, Kyoko, there's something we gotta ask. Well, alright, I suppose. She sat up straight in her bed upon realizing that this wasn't a mere social visit. Is Yukiko the one who stabbed you? Kyoko gasped. Her shock was quite apparent thanks to Masaki being the one who'd sprung the question. Hazuki, please, tell us. Yes, you're right, but Tokisaka, please. Don't worry, we're not gonna call the cops on her or anything. Thank you. Kyoko bowed her head. This whole thing was strange no matter how you looked at it. Seeing a victim defend their assailant wasn't exactly something I came across often in my profession after all. So sorry, Hazuki. Fuyumi bowed once more. So sorry. I don't know how I can ever make this up to you. Don't apologize. I'm sure it's no one's fault. Kyoko smiled. But... I mean it, really. Kyoko kindly took Fuyumi's hand into her own. I've faith in your daughter. I'm positive she must have had a good reason. Well, she had a reason that made sense in her mind, probably, but... yeah, that's about all you can say about it, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Hazuki. Fuyumi broke down sobbing. Tokisaka. Kyoko called out to me as he rustled Fuyumi's hair. Yeah. Please help Yukiko. She may be a bit awkward, but I know she's a good girl at heart. So do I. But what I still don't get is why she attacked you. I'm just as lost as you in that front. Wasn't like anything notable happened right before she stabbed me. Must be because of what she wrote in her diary. Why? What did it say? Seems she has the same problem I did. Fuyumi wiped away her tears and answered, Problem? What problem? Glanced at Masaki. Apparently Yukiko suffers from a similar delusion as the former oracle. She believes that she can absorb others to make them a part of herself, just like Satsuki and I. So you're saying she tried to absorb Kyoko then? Huh? Kyoko's eyes widened. I mean, that would be confusing to anyone who's not, who has no idea of the case that's going on right now. I'd bet my life on it. That's the only way she can express how she's feeling. Sorry, but I'm not following. None of it made any sense to me. Still, it was probably true, considering I was hearing it straight from someone who'd once experienced the exact same thing. If I had to guess, Yukiko probably admired Hazuki. Me? Right, and that's why she wanted to become one with you. That would mean taking your place, and doing everything you do, such as brewing coffee or baking rusk. Tears streamed down Fuyumi's cheeks. Much like how I yearned for Satsuki's position as the Oracle, and how she envied my relationship with Ayato. Ayako. If that's the case, Yukari's in danger. What? If Yukiko was indeed the kind of person who'd stab others, then Yukari likely wasn't safe around her. Yukiko talks about Yukari all the time, so I think she probably admires her. Then we need to find them before it's too late. I'm with you there, but I've still got no clue where they could be. Is there anywhere they would have gone we don't know about? Unfortunately, the very nature of that question meant it was pointless for us to even ponder it. What if we ask Tori? She might know something since they're all friends. That sounded like as good a plan as any. How's she holding up? I think she's fine. I see. Whatever the case, we had to be careful not to set her off. Thank you for confiding in us, Kyoko. Oh no, if anything, I should apologize for keeping a lid on this for so long. Masaki, Fuyumi and I left the room. Michiru was out sleeping on a bench in the hallway, of course. The girl's gonna catch a cold sleeping out here. Fuyumi crouched down and gingerly jostled Michiru's shoulder. Morning. Morning. Come on, time to wake up. Michiru rubbed her eye and got up as she snuggled against Fuyumi. Sure have a way with kids, don't you? I suppose. I feel Michiru just gets along with like everybody, it seems. Fuyumi smiled awkwardly as she held Michiru. Are you going to take her into Tori's room? Sure, why not? No harm, no foul. Fuyumi perched a hand on Michiru's shoulder. I don't know if it's a good idea, but okay. Michiru looked up. Sorry, I'm all nerves right now. Wanna come with us? I ruffled Michiru's hair. Now behave yourself in there, alright? Relax, I'll be sleeping. Didn't know what that was supposed to be, how that was supposed to put me at ease, but I just shrugged and headed for Kohane's room with the rest of the group. Whoa, what's with the crowd? Kohane looked understandably confused to have a swarm of visitors. Mind if we ask you some questions? I do, as a matter of fact. Kohane jerked her head away. Just please, I don't want to talk about any... Do you see Yukio? Kohane gasped. Where's Yukio? Kohane sat up and stared at Michiru. We can't see him ever again, Kohane-chan. No, you're lying. Yukio is right there with Yukiko. I know he is. Tori, listen, I'm really sorry to say this, but I've never even heard of this Yukio before, so it couldn't possibly be with... You're wrong, I already told you, Yukio is right there with Yukiko. Oh, so does she also believe that Yukiko absorbed him, or something like that? An agitated Koane ranted on and on, with no end in sight.
みんな私にユキオちゃんを会わせないようにしてる。
Why? Why won't anyone let me see Yukio? All I want to do is talk to him again.
もう一度お話がしたいだけなのに。
It seemed we'd need to find a way to get her to accept Yukio's death. Michiru knew the truth, but it was unlikely her word alone would win over Koane. Do we have anything that will resonate deep with her? Wait, that's right. Didn't that Masaki say he found... it's gotta be the diary, right? Seems Yukiko has been keeping a diary. I held up the diary Masaki had brought with him. Admittedly, I'd yet to read it. But if Yukiko was just like Fuyumi, like Ayako, and Yukiko had felt identically about Yukio and Kyoko, what about it? Are you telling me there's something in there? Who's to say? Not me, I still haven't read it. Still, I don't think you were wrong when you said Yukio was with Yukiko. Well, not in a certain sense. Anyway, I flipped through the diary. Here we go. She wrote, I hurt many people I loved. I wanted to become one with them. In other words, I studied Kohane's reaction as I read the entry. She was hanging onto my every word. Yukiko killed her brother Yukio back when they were living at the White Lily Garden. Don't know what you're talking about. Kohane shook her head. I lived in that orphanage with them, but I never heard anything like that. Yukio was there with me the whole time. You just didn't witness it, which is why you still see him now. Huh? What are you saying? Who in the world are you? You didn't want to admit that you couldn't see him anymore, so you pretended not to see the truth that you saw. So Yukiko wasn't the only one who stopped seeing, huh? Yukiko made herself believe that Yukio never existed. Meanwhile, Kohane made herself believe that she could no longer see Michiru in order to keep seeing Yukiko, didn't she? Yukio's, didn't she? Michiru sat next to Kohane and set her stuffed rabbit atop of her old friend's lap. It's okay if you forget all about Michiru, but please, at least remember what actually happened with Yukio. Wow, how mature of Michiru, man. Didn't think she had habitant in her. Yukio was with her at the White Lily Garden and left with Yukiko when it closed. No, that's wrong. You and Michiru stopped seeing Yukio long before that. Do you remember why the orphanage closed? Hane-chan? Huh? Well, that's because, Kohane froze. Pretend not to see that either. That's pretending you never saw anyone but Yukiko and Yukio really made you happy. You're not making any sense. Kohane feebly hung her head. I remember everything Michiru said. You see, otherwise she'd only hurt herself again. For the last time, will you start making some sense? But I don't think you've got someone like me there for you. So you must remember, or at least have heard, that Yukio is dead. No, I won't believe it. Kohane's voice was hoarse. Tori, remember when you came to me and asked to see Yukio? You immediately said Yukiko would do it instead after I told you I didn't know who you were talking about, right? Yeah. Which means you must have realized by that point that Yukio only existed within Yukiko, didn't you? Kohane fumbled over her words, just like I did a second ago. I'm so sorry. You've dealt with your own share of pain, haven't you? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Damn. Fuyumi rubbed Kohane's back as she wept. You gotta be a little bit worried about Yukari in that case, right? Because if we put both games together, she clearly has a tendency to surround herself with crazy people, that's for sure. Alright, but anyways. Maybe she was a victim of the clinical trials too. Masaki whispered that theory into my ear. Inconsistent and unstable memories certainly resembled what Yukiko had apparently been dealing with. Not to mention one other thing, something I couldn't tell if she'd forgotten or was hiding. Still, that wasn't a question I needed an answer to right now. We had bigger problems at hand after all. Tori, listen to me. Yukiko and Yukari are missing. Huh? Kohane turned my way, eyes red with tears. Do you have any idea where they might have gone? Why did Kari and Yukiko disappear? I'm not sure, but we need to find them and fast. Kari once asked me about the orphanage. She said she'd like to see it when I told her about the church there. So if she told Yukiko about that too, then maybe they went there. Are you talking about the White Lily Garden? Now that you mention it, there was a church in the property. Guess we should check it out then. I knew I hadn't searched the place, that was for sure. Thank you, Tori. Fuyumi tenderly embraced Kohane. Let's get going, Mr. Tokisaka. I know exactly where that is. Perfect. My car's right on in the parking lot. Wait for me there. Can I come too?
Yeah.
Of course. Don't know why we need her there, but I guess she wants to see her daughter, right? Masaki and Fuyumi left the room. Michiru followed them. Can I ask you one last thing, Tori? What? Well, actually, before I ask, just know you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Also, I swear I won't tell a soul, alright? So please tell me if you would. What happened to your parents? Kohane gasped and stared at the floor. One of your neighbors said they were bedridden the day I visited your house. Yet I saw no traces they were around. Kohane didn't answer. Fair, considering I'd said that wouldn't be necessary. Don't worry about it. If you've forgotten, that's that. I rustled Kohane's hair. But Seriously, you don't have to push yourself to remember. Just get some rest. And be the peppy girl your friends know and love when we bring them back. I don't deserve that. The thing about my parents is that You don't finish that sentence, please. If she did, I could no longer feign ignorance. That said, there's still left the issue of her hospital bills. Just gonna have to figure something out, I guess. I'll bring Yukari and Yukiko next time I visit. I left Kohane's room with those words. Man. Just gonna ignore murders left, right, and center in this particular story, right? Michiru strolled up to me after I'd finished making a phone call. Pops. Stop, I get older every time you... forget it. What's up? Okay. Can you take me with you? I mean, maybe she could be of help. On the other hand, is that really a good idea? With her getting so quickly into episodes, that sort of stuff. Listen, you do understand what we're about to do, right? Yeah, save everyone. Right, and that's not your problem, so... Wrong, it is. Michiru shook her head. I have to save Yukiko. For Mom. Huh? Your mom? Michiru nodded and unraveled the bandages around her neck. You know how I said I remember everything Michiru doesn't? Yeah. I turned to Michiru's stuffed rabbit and nodded.
私の右目は覚えていたの。
Well, my right eye remembers what Mom looked like. Just then Michiru finished removing her bandages, revealing what had looked like a dark birthmark in the shape of 6 lines.
この傷はね、
Michiru apparently got these scars when she was a baby. That was her first memory after she was born into this world.
ミチルがこの
A
世に
son of
生
a
を
bitch,
受け
so she is.
初めての記憶。
She is Ayako's child after all, huh? Tears streamed out of her right eye.
君は
My god, you're her. It all added up. She had given her daughter up to the White Lily Garden after all.
確か以前
You once told me your blood type was B, right?
BO 型みたい。
BO to be exact. She was AB. Meanwhile, he was O. That meant any child of theirs would have been either AO or BO blood. Michiru wrapped the bandages around her neck once more, then looked at me.
連れて行ってくれる？
Take me, won't you?
分かった
Alright. I had no choice after hearing all that. So I'd have to go get Koharu's permission first,
し
obviously.
かし一つ消せないことがある
There's just one thing I can't wrap my head around, though.
何？
What's that?
君のその記憶だ
How do you remember? I pointed at the stuffed rabbit.
さすがに
Nobody can remember what happened when you were a baby, so who? Who told you about it? Michiru didn't answer. However, I could wager a guess. One that made me wish I'd given the bastard a few more good ones, till it ended up with a shiner. Ah, Rokushiki, huh? The chapel was silent as the grave. Gentle winter sunlight broke through the windows. Its rays illuminated the sparkling specks of dust roused into the air with each step taken. It was all exactly as Yukiko had described it. Not even the decay inflicted over the years had done anything to detract from its majesty. Yukari would have wasted no time committing the side to canvas if she'd brought a pencil and paper. And she suspected Yukiko felt the same way. Oh, okay.
私の人生は
This is where my life
ここから
began.
始まったの。
Yukiko led Yukari by the hand over to the altar.
ここより前の思い出はなくて。
I've no memories from before I arrived here. They called me the Oracle,
全くわからないの。
but I don't know what any of that meant. However, I do know they had that fate planned for me ever since I was born.
その前
Why? Did something
何
happen?
かがあったのでしょうか。わからないの。
I'm not sure. They simply told me I was born of noble blood. If it's true, though, it certainly doesn't feel like it. Mom is the only one I could call a parent.
親と呼べるのは母さんだけ。
Yukiko shook her head.
うん。
No, that's wrong. I may owe Mom for raising me. She's not my real mother.
そんなことあり
Don't
ません。
talk like that. She's still the one who brought you up. And as they say, the blood of the covenant is sicker than the water of the womb. Was it your brother who raised you?
そうなりますかね。
I suppose you could say that, since I hardly remember my own parents.
よく覚えていませんから。戦争？
Was it the war?
いいえ。
No, I hear it was a plane crash. That had been about a decade ago by now. Her brother's fiancée had taken care of her for a while afterward, but she too had been wrenched away from the world in short order. That was when Reiji had quit the force and started working from home.
むしろ私の
If anything, I'd say I'm more of a mother to him than he's been a father to me. Really now?
そうなんだ。
Yukiko laughed. You seem much more cheerful than she'd used to be, in Yukari's eyes anyway.
私がいた頃、
There were a lot more people around back when I was living here.
慣れていたの。
Yukiko turned around and surveyed the pews that lined the chapel.
この長い椅子がすべて
Enough of us to fill these pews while they'd preach every single day about the virtues of being grateful for what we had. None of us knew about, any different, so we just did as we were told.
みんな素直に聞いていた。キリスト教ですか？
Was the orphanage Christian?
わからない。
I'm not sure. We were simply taught that we'd had nothing to fear so as long as we followed their founder's teachings and obeyed the Oracle of Revelations. Yukari recognized that term. It was linked to the Ueno murders from 7 years ago. Senri. They did go by that name at one point, yes. However, they always called it the Congregation of the Blessed here. And you became that Oracle of Revelations? Yukiko shook her head. The Oracle of Revelations was a woman initially unaffiliated with the organization, but it told me I was the true Oracle since I'd been born into it. Yeah, it's been too long since I played Kataga, but that woman that was the Oracle of Revelations, I don't know, I think she had some kind of connection to the leadership at the time, but it's been too long. I'm not even gonna try to remember. Nothing Yukiko was saying made any sense to Yukari, but she could at least tell that her friend had been someone very important to the organization. I guess that training was pretty harsh in retrospect, though I'm not really sure since I grew numb to it all after they put me through the same things day after day. Did they do the same to everyone else? Yes, I believe they were trying to create obedient believers, though obviously we would have followed them anyway, even if they hadn't. After all, we had no other choice. Why is that? Because we didn't know any better. At the end of the day, they still gave us warm food, beds, and even medicine as soon as any of us got sick, so none of us had a reason to doubt anything. In short, we were allowed to live so long as we did what the staff said. How nice of them, huh? And why are you telling me all of this? Funny, I'm not sure either. Yukiko looked up at the ceiling. Probably because I just remembered it all if I had to guess. That, and I wanted you to know all about me. Oh wait, something else just came back to me. They'd give us candy. Candy? Yes, they'd round us all up and hand out candy to each of us after training was done for the day. They came in all different kinds of colors, and were so tasty that we begged for more. Actually, my friend and I swapped candy when we got the same color for a week straight, but the staff got really mad when they found out. Why? I'm not sure. All they said was that each one was made for us and us alone. I would always get the red one, while my friend always got the yellow. So some kind of part of those illegal clinical trials, right? You're talking about Kohane? Not sure about that either. I know she was there, that much is true, but I still can't remember. However, there was someone constantly with me, not Kohane. It was... Alright, of course. Yukiko made a sound as if she'd pieced a puzzle together. Did you just remember something? Yes, how could I have forgotten? It wasn't my friend who was always there for me. Yeah, indeed. Drugs en masse. Yukiko smiled. Yukio. Yukari voiced the name that sprung to mind. Right, Yukio. He was my brother. Though we were all orphans, so I'm not sure if he was my actual brother. Still, I remember some of the staff would talk about our lineage, so I think they must have known who our parents were. That's probably why they were grouped together as brother and sister. Why we were. Not to be rude, but how could you possibly forget someone like that? Your guess is as good as mine. I still don't remember that, you see. But there must have been some good reason why Mom adopted only me. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Yukiko suddenly nodded to herself ad nauseum, as if she'd figured something out. A lot of the other children here went away not too long before Mom took me in. It was all so sudden that I had no clue what had happened to them. I recall finding it strange how no one would tell me anything when I tried asking about it. But Mom adopted me soon after that, so... So she still doesn't know about the fact that she killed him. Was Yukio one of the children who went away? Yes, I believe so. No, wait. That's not true.
違
He
う
went away before any of that.
その前からいなくなっていて
Yukiko shook her head.
どうしていなくなって
Why
いた
was it that
の
he disappeared?
私
I know he was with me until then, and... Oh, yes, I see. So that's what happened. Yukiko's grip tightened around Yukari's hand. Yukari grimaced in pain.
私
It was these hands. I grabbed him with these hands, and then I...
ユキコ
Yukiko? Yukari frantically picked Yukiko off the floor.
ありがとう時坂
Thank you, Tokisaka. Yukiko smiled. Her face was white as a sheet.
ごめんなさい
I'm so
ユキ
sorry, Yukiko.
どうして
For
時
what?
坂さんが謝るの私
For
が
being so insensitive just now, I asked you all those questions, even though I knew your remembering might only bring you
とても辛いこ
pain.
とだったのかもしれないのにうん
Oh no, it didn't hurt at all.
辛くなんか
In
ない
fact,
わ
I feel the that's been clouding my head finally
今まで
lifting.
もやがかかっていたのが晴れ
It's
て
liberating, really.
すっきりとした気分なの
Yukiko laid a hand on Yukari's cheek. Yukiko,
いろいろと思い出せた
it's
わ
all coming back to me. My brother, Mie, Kyoko, the founder. All of them had things I
さんの
lacked.
こと
I admired them. I loved them.
様のこと
Oh damn! So you
みんな
killed the
私の
founder?
ものを持っていた
You killed
憧れて
Oribe,
た
huh?
好きだった
Who's Mie though?
それはもち
And
ろん
naturally, the same goes for you,
時坂
Tokisaka.
さんのことも
Yukiko got up and leaned toward Yukari. What? And just like that, she planted a kiss right on her lips. It all happened so suddenly that Yukari hadn't had time to move out of the way.
私は
I want to become one with you. That whisper just barely reached Yukari's ears. Yukiko.
ユキコ
Yukari grabbed Yukiko's shoulders in an effort to push her away. However, she failed to knock her back.
私は不器用だ
I'm an awkward person, so this is the only way I know how to express my
気持ちを
feelings.
伝えられないけれど
Yukari froze when she saw what Yukiko had taken out. It was the knife that they'd used to peel apples yesterday.
お願い私と
Please,
友達
become one with me. Dang. I had a dream. A dream where I murdered another version of myself. In it, I pushed myself off an overpass onto some train tracks. A train zoomed by and tore my body to shreds. All the while, I watched it happen from above. I also noticed my pinky nail was long. It's a charm to make your wish come true. Didn't we read that already? Oh, whatever. What did I wish for back then? I love her. Her cool demeanor, her mature smile, her alluring tics, all of it. Can I ever be like her? She taught me how to brew coffee just the other day. I want to brew just like she did as soon as possible. That's why I tried becoming one with her. I've been feeling a lot better since the doctor gave me that medicine. Thanks to that, I can actually sleep at night. Okay, so that one we didn't get to see earlier, that one about Kyoko. Strange things have been happening from time to time in exchange. I know most of them are dreams, but they're clearly my lost memories. Truth to be told, I would have rather they stayed forgotten. In them I hurt many people I loved. I did so because I wanted to become one with them. I know hurting them does not help, does nothing to help. Still, there isn't anything I can do about it. I wanted to stand in their shoes. No, I needed to, for they were far more blessed than me. And yet, they aren't a part of me. That's why I've decided to make them one with me and become my true self. Damn, she's crazy, huh? The sun was setting over the western mountains by the time I'd finished racing over to the White Lily Garden in Hachioji.
ここで間違いないか
This is the place, right? I asked Masaki just to be safe. Yes, this is the area I investigated last week. Found now his name tag. I mean, Naori Kuroi has name tag here. So I'm sure this is it.
ここでユキコ
This is where Yukiko and the others grew up, huh? Yumi looked up at the building. Right by her side was Michiru. She claimed she didn't want to see this place, yet she had insisted I bring her along. Are you sure it's alright for her to be here? Yes, it's fine. Dr. Yamanouchi gave me permission after I swore to her I wouldn't put Michiru in any danger. Though there wasn't always a chance she'd have another episode when we least expected it, that said.
私が見ている
Don't worry, I'll be watching her. Yumi nodded. Okay, let's do this. Chapel's right this way. Masaki took point, leading our group. Chapel was as quiet as the bottom of the sea. However,
誰
who's there? That stillness was quickly shattered by Yukiko's stone-cold voice.
ユキコ
Yukiko. Yumi nearly burst into a dash, only for Masaki to grab her in the nick of time.
待ってください。まだ。
Stop, don't make any sudden movements, please.
母さん
Mom. Yukiko's face warped with wide-eyed surprise for a moment, only to be quickly replaced by a glare and a menacing countenance.
来ないで
Stay back. She was pinning Yukari to the floor, holding a knife to her throat. I froze in place. Now that I knew what she was capable of, that was all the more reason not to provoke her.
まさきも下がってくれ
Step back, Masaki.
わかりました。
Alright. Masaki did as I asked, still holding Fuyumi in place. In exchange, I took a step forward.
来ないでください
Please, don't get any closer. I took a deep breath and studied Yukari from afar. Damn, she really has no sense of danger. I might have been able to find an opportunity to seize the knife had she been paralyzed by fear. But what was I supposed to do when she was looking at me so sadly instead? There's only one way out of this. We've got to free Yukiko from her obsession.
茅原さん
Won't you please let Yukari go, Kayara? No, Yukiko.
Yuka
I had to ensure Yukari's safety first. Just as I feared, Yukiko shook her head without so much as a moment's hesitation.
私は彼女と共にいます
She and I will be together.
共にいるだけなら
Now, things were even before all this.
これからだ
Sure, that won't change either.
ゆかりは
Yukari's not one to hold a grudge. That's true. Yukari nodded.
それじゃダ
That
メなんで
won't
す
do. For her and I to be
私が彼女と一緒にい
together.
るためには
ゆかりを刺しても
Surely you know that stabbing her isn't going to make that dream come any truer.
あなたに何が
What
わかる
would
とい
you
うの
know?
ですか
少なくとも
That
今
you're
の
acting
君
out of
君以
the
外の
part of
何
someone
者
else
かを演じている
entirely right
か
now,
は
for
わかる
starters.
何のことですか
What are you talking about? I'm me, true. I admit I am somewhat confused after everything I've just remembered, but even so,
その混乱
then
の
why is
元は
that?
何だい
The only memories you can ever recall are your own.
込んだつもりになって
No matter how many minds you want to
思い出せるのは君
absorb.
自身の記憶のみだ他者の記憶だと思って
What do
い
you
る
think
の
your
は
others' memories are nothing more than the recollections of the times you yourself spend with them?
それを演じ
Even
た
if you try reenacting them, you can never be anything but a cheap caricature of that person.
わけがわかりません
Not making any sense. Yukiko shook her head.
例えば今
I'm not. And why don't you take a look in the mirror right now? Since when were you so chatty, huh?
元からの君の
Is this
人
your
格
own
なのか
personality or a parody of
それとも
someone
誰か他の
else's?
人間を演じているつもりなのか
私は私です
I am me. Yukiko kept stubbornly sticking to that story.
冬美さん
Fuyumi. I addressed Fuyumi without taking my eyes off Yukiko.
何でしょうか
What is it?
こういった
Have you ever seen Yukiko like this before?
昔のユキコはよく喋ってくれました
Actually, yes, she used to be quite a chatterbox, believe it or not. But then she suddenly changed after her friend Mie passed away last year.
ミエさんというの
I
は
say,
亡くな
and
ら
was
れた
this
友
Mie
人
the
です
quiet, mousy type?
その
ええ
Yes.
ユキコさん
You absorbed that friend of yours and modified your personality to match hers, didn't you, Yukiko?
そして自らの人格をその友人としたのではありませんかおとなしくて物
This
静かな
whole
性
shrinking
格は
violet persona
あなた
was
自身
never
のもので
yours.
はなく
It was your friend's.
友人のも
You
の
admired her, so you pushed her off that
友人の
overpass.
憧れ 古戦橋から突き落とした。
Stop it! Yukiko shrieked.
私は
I never
そんなこと
did
して
that.
いないユキコ
Yukiko, remember when you made me coffee in the club room not too long ago?
コーヒーを入れてくれたわね
That was the day after Yukiko was stabbed.
刺された翌日
Yukari tearfully looked up at her friend.
知らない
Stop it, all of you! I don't know what any of you are talking about! Yukiko violently shook her head.
私は
I... Then all of a sudden she froze up like a car that had run out of fuel.
そう
That's right, I don't know anything. I threw it all away.
捨ててしまったの
I had to abandon all worldly desires,
信念
all reason and all instinct in order to sense God's
それが神の
presence.
存在を近くに感じるためには必要だから
Well, well, and just whose personality is that supposed to be? Tokihiro Oribe's?
織部時弘か。
Or perhaps Keigo Utsugi's?
慶吾か。
Which of them did you absorb? Yukiko gasped and fell silent.
君が自身を偽るために
The mask of others you wear to fool yourself a paper sin.
その皮を
And
作る
there's
ため
no
に
way I'll let you have
ゆかりを
Yukari
渡すわけに
just
は
to
い
make
かないんだ。
yourself another one.
私
I
には
need her.
彼女が
She's
必要
so
なの
much that I don't.
私
That's
に
what
ない
attracted
ものを
me
た
to
くさん持
her.
っているから
Indeed. She stopped working for good, that one. Yukiko took her eyes off Yukari in a frenzy.
君のその行為は
It's not love.
決して行為では
Not
な
by
い。
any means. I shook my head and tried convincing Yukiko.
君はその人が好きで惹かれ
You're
ているわ
not
けではない。
attracted to others because you love
君
them.
がその人に
You
なり
just
変
want
わ
to
りたいと
be
願
them,
ってい
isn't
る
that
だけじゃない
right?
か。
No, stop, you're wrong. Yukiko swung the knife.
ユキコ
Yukiko! Fuyumi darted forward and hugged Yukiko with a crushing force.
ごめんなさい
I'm so sorry, Yukiko. Let me go. Yet, despite her protests, Yukiko didn't so much as budge an inch.
あなたも
I once went through the same pain as you. Fuyumi shed tears as she whispered into Yukiko's ears.
私も似たような
So I know exactly how you feel. You see, I used to be right in your shoes, wishing I could be together with the ones I loved forever.
いつまでも一緒にいたいと願う気持ち
Mom. Yukiko wrapped her arms around Fuyumi.
母さん
Mom, was I wrong?
私
Those words aren't coming from one of her masks, are they?
人を好きになろうとする思いは
It's not wrong to be in love with someone. You just didn't know how to express it.
その思いを伝える方法を知らなかっただけそれは
And I'm to blame for failing you to teach you the right
方法を
way.
教えることができなかった母さん
No, it's not your fault, Mom. Yukiko feebly shook her head. Something's not right here.
結局
I'm the one who screwed up here, not you. You can't become the ones you love by killing them. So obvious.
人は得られ
And yet I never realized it. So really, thank you, Mom.
ユキコ
Yukiko. Yukari dashed over to Yukiko. Huh? Why? A vivid crimson dyed Yukiko's abdomen. Fuyumi wobbled away from her, a blood-stained knife in hand.
ユキコ
Yukiko! Yukari cradled Yukiko in her arms. I'm so sorry for getting you mixed up in all of this, Tokisaka.
喋らないで
No, don't be sorry. The Reiji, she needs first aid. Don't bother, it's too late. But you know, having Mom be the one to send me off is the happiest ending I could have ever dreamed of. Yukiko reached for Yukari.
ダメ
Stop, save your strength. Yukari looked at me with her eyes swollen red.
兄さん
Save Yukiko, Reiji, please.
助けて
I went over and kneeled down next to her. Yukiko's face was already pale as a ghost. Fuyumi must have stabbed her in the back when she hugged her. And Yukiko must have let it happen. That was why she hadn't said anything. If only I'd noticed sooner. No, that wouldn't have helped. There isn't a hospital around for miles.
茅原さん。
Do you have any last words, Kayahara?
兄さん
Reiji.
お姉ちゃんに
Please, tell Kohane that I'm sorry.
分かった。
You've got it. I know it. Man, I know you wanted to stop her from killing other people, but goddamn, you didn't have to ram a knife in her back. Thank you so much. And with that, Yukiko went limp. Yukiko, no! Yukari broke down sobbing.
茅原さん
Kayada, don't! Masaki's shout was directed at Fuyumi. The knife fell from her hand.
話して。私も死ななければみ
Let
ん
me
なに
go, I have to die to make it up to everyone else.
私は母親としても
I'm
人として
I'm
も
a failure both as a mother and a person, so let me do something good for once.
君まで死なせるわけにはいかないんだ
Can't let you die too.
どうして
Why not?
大切な人を二人も
Two
殺
of
し
the
ておいて
dearest people in my life are dead, and both were by my hands. What right do I have to live after that?
あなたは生きて償うべきで
You
す
need to live and repent.
月の分も
Not just for you, but for Satsuki too. Fuyumi gasped.
貝原さん、
It's Kayahara. I stepped away from Yukiko and approached the pair.
なぜユキコさんを刺したのです
Why
か
did he stab Yukiko? So I could put an end to all this. Fuyumi feebly shook her head.
事故ではなかったのです
Are you sure it wasn't an accident? You really didn't just stab Yukiko while wrestling over the knife with her?
にも刺さってしまった
No, I didn't. I stabbed her of my own will.
私の意志で
I see. That small flame of hope I'd clung to sputtered out.
あなたは生きて罪を償って
You
く
should
ださい
know that you didn't have to kill Yukiko, so please, live on and repent for what you've done.
ですから
I can't. Her crimes are all my own. I have to make amends for all I've done since killing Satsuki and running away.
お願いです
So please, just let me die and
私をそれはダメ
don't say that. Michiru steps in to save the day. Michiru suddenly broke her silence and took Fuyumi by the arm. Huh?
あなたを必要としている
Still
人
someone
が
who needs you.
まだいるから
そうですよ
She's right, Miss Kayahara. You have to keep on living.
まだ母親と
As
し
a
て
mother.
生きていかなければなりません
What? But
でも
Fuyumi shook her head.
私は
But I killed my daughter.
まだ生きてる
She's still alive. Huh? Fuyumi turned to Yukiko. However, she had already
あな
passed.
たの娘さん
Don't forget that you have another daughter out there. It's her that you need to live for. And I know that's what she wants too.
そうだろうみちる
Isn't that right, Michiru? No, Satsuki.
うん
Yeah.
嘘
Oh my god, then you mean...
後で詳しいことを
Yeah, I'll have to
誠
pump
に問い詰
Makoto
めます
Rokushiki for specifics later. But I'm all but certain she's the daughter you had with Ayato.
間違いありませんよ
What? Masaki turned to Michiru.
あなたは罪を償い
Need to atone for what you've done and be the mother she needs. But I can't. When you were a baby, I
見ていない
I saw nothing, so I don't know what you're talking about. That was probably Michiru's way of saying she forgave Fuyumi.
私は
But I'm a terrible excuse for a mother. I abandoned you and lived my life without a care in the world.
あなたを捨ててのうのうと生きながらえてきたのですから
Regardless, you're still a mother, both to Yukiko and Michiru.
ユキコにとってもみちるさんにとっても
Yukari came on over,
一緒にい
so
てあげて
please stay here for her. She's craved her mother's love far too long now. Fuyumi wept and hugged Michiru.
綾子
Ayako. Masaki addressed Fuyumi by her real name.
僕も行くよ僕の罪
I'll come along with you. After all, I need to repent for killing your mother,
リヒトさん
Ito. But that was my fault too.
私の行動
If I hadn't
が
run away, you would never have...
僕の罪は僕の
My
罪
crimes are my own,
君
Ayako.
が気にする必要は何も
There's nothing for you to shoulder the burden of responsibility.
ごめんなさい
I'm so sorry, Ito. Fuyumi sobbed uncontrollably. The curtain had finally dropped, and yet I'd failed to bring it to a satisfactory finale. No one had wanted things to turn out this way. When all was said and done, one truth remained. I'd failed to save Yukiko. That was the sin I had to live with. God damn it.
兄さん
Reiji, let's go home.
帰りましょう
Yukari shrouded Yukiko's body with her coat.
こんな寒いところでは
I wouldn't want to leave her out in the cold like
かわ
this.
いそうです
Yeah, let's go. Fuyumi Karehara was arrested for murdering Yukiko. However, she couldn't be tried for a crime of killing Satsuki, the crime she'd committed as Ayako, since the statute of limitations had already expired. Yukiko was charged post-mortem for murder herself. And though Masaki confessed to murdering Sayashi Gusa, the case was dismissed due to a lack of evidence. A year later, Masaki visited Fuyumi in prison for the very first time.
お久しぶり
Long time no see. Fuyumi sat on the other side of a transparent divider.
すまなかったね。今まで来られ
Sorry it took me so long to finally come see you.
うんうん
No, it's fine. So you lost some weight, huh?
それはお互い
Could say the
様
same to you.
そうね
Got me there. Fuyumi fiddled with her bangs. She'd returned to her old hairstyle from the days when she was known as Satsuki.
綾子と呼んだ方がいいの
Would I be calling you Ayako now?
どちらでも構わないわ
Either's fine. Not like I need to be Fuyumi Kayahara anymore.
必要もないのだ
What about you?
俺はひな神を捨てた人間だから
No, I turned my back on the Hinagamis after all.
そう
I say. How are they doing, by the way?
ここはどうなったの
さあね
Wouldn't know. Hinagami Pharmaceuticals is under new management now. Makes me wonder if Hitogata will fall off the map without her backing.
本当に何もない
The place really does have nothing else going for it, do they?
昔は細々と養蚕をやっていた
I heard they managed to scrape a living off the silk trade long ago, albeit just barely. But that industry is all but dead in Japan. It was easier to get a conversation going when it concerned something that pertained to neither of them.
あの子は元気
By the way, how's she holding up? Fuyumi changed the subject.
みちるかい
I mean, Michida? Pretty good, though she's still in the hospital.
そう
It's great.
今度来るとき
I'll bring her to see you next time.
ええ
Sang, speaking of which, can I ask you a favor?
なんだい
What is it?
私が出所した後
Would you let me take Satsuki after I've served my time?
さつきを
She's all I have left.
引き取らせてほしいの
それは
Saying she
本人
should
の
be
意
the
思
one
を
to make
尊
that
重したい
decision, though knowing her, I
彼
doubt
女
she'll
に
turn
言
you
うということは
down.
ないと思うけれどね
ありがとう
Thank you. Fuyumi bowed her head.
私には
All I need is her, so I want you to go and live your own life.
俺の人生
My own life, huh? He didn't even have so much as a single dream anymore by this point. Though he was still working for the Tokisaka Detective Agency as Tomoyuki Masaki, he couldn't imagine a future beyond that.
ねえ覚えてる
Hey, you remember this one?
今日も
It's gonna snow again today. Fuyumi looked up at the ceiling. Masaki mimicked that motion.
それでも空は晴れているよ
But that's that code word they made up for the meeting when they were kids before the war. Those words came to him without even a moment's delay.
懐かしいわね
Boy, that sure brings me back.
でもこれは
But those words were made to betray
私が
Satsuki.
さつきを裏切ったこ
I
と
didn't want her noticing I'd changed that promise behind her back, you see.
勝手に変更したことを気づかれたくなくて
それで相手
Hence the password, huh?
結局
Yeah.
使われること
But we never did end up using it, did we? Fuyumi hung her head.
今度
I'll be
来る
back
時
with a new drawing the next time I'm here. One especially
新しく
for
書いて
you.
くるから
Huh?
あの時に
You know,
約束
since
した
I
のを
haven't
見せて
shown
い
it to
ない
you
から
like I promised.
こ
So I
の後
can't
じゃ
make
来
any
庁もないし
guarantees on the quality
随分
since
書いていない
these
から
aren't
どうな
any
るかわからないけど
there aren't any rock patamigans in Tokyo, and it's been so long since I last drew. Okay, I'll be counting the days. Okay. Yukari strolled through a spring-hued Inokashira Park with Kohane. They were on their way back from visiting their departed friend's grave for the first time that year. While the news of Yukiko's death had seriously traumatized Kohane, she'd eventually managed to get back on her feet thanks to Yukari's daily support. However, she'd also lost a lot of memories, such as anything concerning the absence of their parents, Yukio, and even her days at the White Lily Garden. Reiji had commented that may have been for the best. At first, Yukari hadn't agreed with that sentiment, but she ultimately came around to that mindset after seeing Kohane return to the chipper girl she'd known and befriended. Well, looks like this is goodbye for now, Kari. Kohane pointed at a fork in the pass. She was currently renting a small apartment far from her original address. Okay, see you tomorrow. Kohane waved and went on her way. The wind whistled, ferrying cherry blossoms through the air. It was still cold, despite the growing warmth. However, Yukari didn't feel like going home just yet. Rather, she wanted to watch the cherry blossoms for a little longer first. So she casually reoriented herself toward the park, heading for a relatively unoccupied area. A strikingly large tree towered over the edge of the pond. Yukari remembered it well. After all, it was the same spot where she'd saved that man who had attempted suicide a little over a year ago. A rug of snow had blanketed the ground back then, but now it was a field of green speckled with cherry blossoms here and there. Tomoyuki Masaki was resting atop that carpet just like he had that fateful day. The cherry blossoms sure are pretty, aren't they? I'd say that again. Masaki was holding a sketchbook. Are you drawing something? Well, that was the idea, but it turns out I'm so rusty that nothing good's coming to mind. Masaki got up and shrugged. You mean you used to draw? I wasn't used to Yukari. Long ago. That reminds me, I'm pretty sure I wanted to draw the first time I came here and saw the streetlights reflecting off the water. I suppose that means you'll just have to come back tonight. I'll pass. Nights are still far too cold right now. Besides, this is a better match for the season. Masaki looked up at the cherry tree. I swore I'd show her my drawing. He muttered that in a quiet voice. But I made that promise with her so long ago that there's no way I still have my drawing from back then. That's why you decided to come here and draw something new? This is more like practice, I'd say. I'm saving the actual drawing for when I shake the rust off. But won't the cherry blossoms be gone by the time you're ready? Sad but true. Masaki lay back down. That is nice looking. Admittedly. Boy, this sure feels nice. He raised his hands and formed a square with his fingers. Though admittedly, it is a rather awkward pose to sketch in. Not if you put a mirror on the ground, it isn't. Oh, yes, of course. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I don't have one on me. Neither do I, so you'll just have to make do. Yukari took a seat next to Masaki. Oh, brother. Masaki raised his sketchbook. His left arm was no longer bandaged. As such, he was holding it just fine. Thank you. Yukari cocked her head at Masaki's unexpected exhibition of gratitude. Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here right now, would I? True enough. Couldn't deny that. Compared to me, you're in a whole league of your own. Masaki dropped his sketchbook onto his face. You're not going to draw? Get stage fright when I have an audience. I'll get out of your hair then. I'm just kidding. And yet, he still got up nonetheless. Seriously though, I can't begin to thank you enough. All I did was call an ambulance. Yukari shook her head. You did everything after that completely on your own. Yeah, he did develop a lot over time, didn't he? Thank you. Masaki bowed. Yukari turned his way and offered him a hand. How nice, huh? Home? I'm sure Reiji is starving to death.
あ
Yeah, sounds good.
そうだね
Well... And yeah, there we have it. Our first ending. It's not the best ending, obviously, but it's one of the endings we needed. So yeah, we know the basic details now of the case, I guess. Although, if we say basic details, that certainly involves a lot of stuff. But yeah, we'll definitely want to see the true and normal endings. But yeah, I think I'll see if I can maybe prepare that, because, you know, I will have to skip through a lot of parts in the story, I guess. And because that's the case, yeah, you know, I would have to cover up a bunch of stuff, because you've seen it yourself, right? I had to cover up all the gruesome murder parts and the naughty scenes as well. But yeah, that's the gist of that game. The true ending is much longer than this, though, if I remember correctly. Well, yeah, it just goes to show I forgot a whole lot of this story, that's for sure. And there's probably still a lot of details that I don't remember that appear in the true ending. I did, however, remember that since the very start that Karen was the murderer, because I just thought it was so friggin' hilarious that the main murderer in the game was called Karen. So yeah, that was something. But yeah, I really like this game, and I'm glad I got to replay it. Now it's gonna take a while until we get the proper sequel. The third part. I think there was like 1 year between the first game releasing and this one. So maybe next year around this time, we can play the sequel. But yeah. I think tomorrow I'll try to see if I can get at least one more ending. And yeah, we'll see after that, I guess. I still have a lot of games lying around that I could play. Like, as I said, Elden Ring is still around, but I'm still a bit hesitant with that one because it's just so super long, right? But I will get to it at some point for sure. Alright. I'm just clicking to see if there's any after credit sequence. Well, I don't think so as far as I know, not for this ending anyways. Well, yeah, I almost got a little bit teary-eyed myself there during that final scene in the church. Like most of this visual novel, that was really well written. So yeah. And come to think of it, it's been like so many years since I first played one of these games of that series. So it's been a thing that has accompanied me for a while now already. If we take all that whole world together. But yeah, definitely a game with a special place in my heart. Even if that may sound cheesy, but it's true. Okay, and here we have our new opening a screen. But yeah, anywho, I think we'll leave it at that for today. And yes, thanks again for stopping by. We had 10 viewers at one point, which is a lot for me, so I'm very grateful about that. So yeah, and until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye bye.